I want to make it painless, right? So, no traps and gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not rude, as long as they're not rude, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that it's going to help back. So, here's the question.
Wait, before we get to that, I would like to just clarify that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues to have a conversation with you about other things that I discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lab and needs to be speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of demean me. But he's literally said that I want to be able to question
This
you.
is a meta.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Okay, let's just use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So this part to me feels like a bit of
Am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that I didn't talk to watching you speaking. This isn't like you get to say anything like I said. If you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Crow's defense team. So you're like, I'm just gonna ask questions, can you answer it? Blah blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask me. I know to answer as I submit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay. Just so we're clear. This is
Direct questions. Answer is
we can't say that for certainty. I already answered that for the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context in which we spoke about those things. So
that's what
we can't say that for certainty until we know whatever the facts that you mentioned.
that would be no as far as
We can't say that for certainty.
you can say no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually, I just, you know, if your energy to be like you're my dad, you can tell me how to speak what I'm supposed to say. You're just gonna come this well. I'm familiar with this debate strategy. Yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why there's this is no, it's not right now. It's just you saying that pro things that's outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not gonna go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial. So you can have a conversation as we agreed to. Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told. I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence?
Well, it was told,
Positive evidence.
it was told to me by somebody who was high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence, and I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds, and then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I
I'm not trying to
reported.
embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death attack.
Can you?
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry, you're just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say speaking why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah, do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much you liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the content of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli Prime Minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, he was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shooting a pin on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like
So you
to
say
see.
there's no positive evidence?
Whatever you want to say, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like
I don't
positive
need to
evidence
just have a
would be
conversation.
material evidence and other evidences.
What we've said is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. And the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American Israeli AI photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or Team USA participated in the murder?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair. So that's okay. Go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. If you, yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
It's evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involved in this.
They have the clip. They played it.
Yeah.
They're referring to it.
My guess is Pierre. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew Charlie was dead first. There's a reason he was a priority. How, why, and friends in Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. I also involved in.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France and
involved.
Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I recorded said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional invitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence.
Okay, Liz, can you just stop this? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
I said, here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your claim.
statement, I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think.
Yeah,
You
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
you
but
have
you're
positive
making a
evidence.
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree, you're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking you is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with this statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I think.
it's with full confidence.
That
You
I
think
was,
that if you had full
can you have
confidence,
confidence to think?
but if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there at 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, yeah, let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there at 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you can think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate. It's not pertinent because
These are claims made
She
of
said, I
that.
think the whole time he tried to make him say something else.
So
Yeah.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can
podcast.
say whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when
why
this
you
is all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high-ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Like, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
it's not
doubt
a
this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not trying
allowed
to
to say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it, but I would like for you to
Let's just
actually
go through
focus on
every
it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
I think in the
and you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And I
somebody?
have this information,
Sure.
and of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, yeah, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like,
Perfect.
yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
That's why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because, so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay, I mean that's.
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Em?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that
probably
she's
didn't
willing to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We
How
don't know.
could they
No,
maybe get more
give
of
it
the
to
information? More of the information because it was
And
a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has got
you
nothing
send
to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send the
especially
source
because
of
this
the
was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
The
one question.
executive
and then I'll
office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so the follow-up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
and I
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
Well-
made a report with the federal
Well, when
government.
Let me ask one question.
But
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send it-
question.
Mhm.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is, in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like,
the
news-
thing
news-
is,
so is CNN allowed to have sources?
hang on, I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it, so let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
Well,
saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
What do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
No,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's his prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions, because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
It's funny.
People act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
I'm ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
kind of
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TP USA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into legal people here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all, and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack. That's just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
move that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is
$100 million.
what I'm saying is his organization. Like, it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back
Yeah,
up,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your team wants to play a video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
That's also just asking.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well
into
tell
me.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you going to be able? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, there was nothing.
That time, lady.
Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said
I'm
complicit
lazy.
in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what?
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me, and it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward, and now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They
But
made the
I
rest.
don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How's
case.
she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe-
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy,
said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing?
Like why? And
Because
when,
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend
What?
your claim that it's overwhelming evidence, so now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond
doctor
to
in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica is just
Erica was,
complicit in believing you.
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about you. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a
No.
relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four
Oh,
of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage, so George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love, and so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase, and I was just happy. And I
Drank it
I
out
was
of
under the
me.
impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating, so it wasn't like I was conscious. I didn't really need to get to know this person, and so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica
So
per se.
the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? Do you think?
It transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
I'm going to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So
You
and
just
by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards her.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters, I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with
Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turkey.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do,
Mm-hmm.
on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit-down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when you
know,
gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly...
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good
Exactly.
faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical
Well, I don't know. I,
and
just
don't
think
have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you...
have the
I don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
Like, I don't...
If they
so
were
there's-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions,
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
that. It's not evidence.
No.
You're
I was
very,
thinking
very
about a Ryan Anderson sketch where we get married. Like, yeah, both of us.
Oh, hell no.
Maybe get you some fake teeth, you know?
Brian, you can get better.
I love her.
I love you,
I
Brian.
love her
You get better.
smile. Get you some fake teeth. Now, I love her smile.
It says I'm taking this position.
I'm not doing
This is
that.
the position that I feel like is the most
Brian, I
efficient.
love you,
And
Brian.
Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards
I
to this.
love you,
So if you've got
Brian.
pertinent
You get
evidence
better than
that
her.
I
I'm
can use,
better
I
than
definitely
her.
like to take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how 13
I'm not doing that mess, honey, boys. I love you, but I ain't doing that crazy
so
stuff.
far around this.
Brian
I
Anderson,
think so.
not my kid.
It's amazing.
I did think about it, so I figured I'd tell you. Hey, I thought about this. I figured also, I thought that Tina would never do that shit.
Done and demonstrated that secret faith. It demonstrated
You can do your Brian gig, but I ain't gonna be part of it.
We're critical of the organization.
Still am.
We're critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
Have
an
you
hour
ever
and a
been?
half about everything
Hang on,
you've
hang on.
ever
Have
said
you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you have met and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you. But I'm asking you.
Those
is it
86
the case
degrees
that there's
in
people
this
that
band,
critical of them? You've met them. You're less critical after you.
Huh?
86 degrees ain't bad.
Nice.
Dumb, and you talk about your record. I mean,
Nice
you're
out now. It was hot earlier.
I can get some more of these this week. I only got
talking about feminists. Well,
I
yeah,
debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars
Okay.
and a lot of
I'm
the
not gonna bring my cup home,
actual
wash it out real
Christian
good,
emphasis. I
And then
would
you
say
go
that
on
word.
to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a Karen at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually.
You're in the
I-
biggest of the girl boss
It ain't
positions.
great,
Like, you
but
don't
it's
have to
something.
do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely
Do
not
do.
do it at all and
He
be
wants you to
fine,
do
right?
do
But
it.
you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why
parents-
should we take the organization?
No, that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Because
You wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and
protect-
they just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
No,
And you're trying to find
the
something
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yeah, yes, it is
She's
both.
right.
It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be
I-
both
she's
true
right,
for
he's
USA,
wrong.
that is part of Charlie
Plus,
Kirk's
he's
legacy.
an anti-feminist, and now he's acting like a
For
feminist.
you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right?
Hilarious.
That's like the boiling the kettle black.
He just has.
No, if that was you.
He beat his own
You brought
ass.
up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm
I lost my hair
defending
again.
some
I could all this
feminist nonsense.
Plaster
I'm
down
not.
again.
I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not
I'm
qualified.
I can wash and dry it again.
there's always objective outcomes to each situation. And
I had to plaster down so I can work with a bamble
and
on
the
my
interesting
face.
thing here is
My
like
hair getting in my
I'm
eye.
still just as
I ever
critical
had
of
one
feminism
loose
as
last night. Kept getting my eye right there on my rim of
and
my
I'm
eye.
just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see.
So me and Mickey got a plan to go
to try to work
to the
with
lake
leadership,
Sunday
reach out to
after church.
leadership, to try to do so. Doesn't that make
So
sense?
I would like to state for the
I
record
want to do
that
it. We gotta get cat Costco tomorrow.
to run the organization and on the emotional aspects. I
Costco to the lake.
agree with the what seems to be
Cause I ain't gonna be able to go to Costco on Sunday once I
it's
let me
scientific that
Right.
any woman that
I'm going
would
lake
leave her
too.
kids and go right into the
Yeah.
office after their
I'm gonna
husband's
go
publicly
DoorDashing after we
assassinated,
leave the lake.
does not have their priority straight.
Okay.
I gotta
well,
fix my board,
understand
though.
that you can have those criticisms.
We can both get on my board.
But
My
I'm not
board's
understanding
11 and a half.
You got new board?
I don't have
I got
to
that
keep
purple
answering
board.
the same question.
Okay.
So like
It's 11 and a half. You want me on my purple board?
Yeah.
It's 11 and a half.
We want to play
Both
this
get
clip
on
to just finish this segment.
Okay.
Erica, quick topic. We can spend some
Because
time
your
on
board
that.
has to be
Actually,
fixed.
that's
That means you have
ready
to
go.
lay it out. That means it has to dry. I don't mean you fix it and get it laid and it's still wet. That's where Mickey should never heal.
As would happen.
On the other thing, you can't get it wet if you fix
I
it.
need to fix it tomorrow.
It accidentally,
I don't know
because
if
of
I'll
how
use it or
Charlie
not,
was
but I need to
crouched,
fix it anyway.
went up and hit his neck.
You still got
And
that white one.
Ruined everything. It ruined
That's the other side that
everything.
you
It was
hate.
problematic. It's the reason why
That I
Terry was
hate.
scramble to get the cameras down because they
Paddle
were never
thing.
supposed to see it. They were
Paddle
they have
holder.
said reason
What about it?
for 30
I still got that whiteboard. They don't put that on there.
I use it, but I don't like it.
I don't like it either. I got it now. I don't like the shit.
Like my board.
I just basically got that board for backup. And that board's shitty. Only because it's got those things on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Muppet's board, Muppet and Jessica's board had that on the side, but they didn't have the hard, but they had it Velcro. 540.
Ready to go. Got you some chips.
You should have me off the front saying it because it's easier.
That's
It's
what
faster to
you
get in.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's not fast to get in the back because wherever. I don't know.
You
That,
can always
that's
start
supposed to
at the
be the
beginning of
front.
the
but I think
sentence.
the
Like
one
you're
where
just started, like it's completely out of context.
Wait, I didn't
Yes, so
prepare the
in the-
clips.
yeah,
I think-
I didn't.
They
It's
had
fine. I
back
asked you
because
to back
Like
it
I
up.
said, this
it's. I don't like going down and on the bridge and all that, but it's faster to get to the guard shack.
in this episode.
You know what I'm saying? For that, you gotta wait in line.
We're now
Because they got drivers. They trying to let the drivers out. Got people in. They ain't letting people in fast
This
enough.
is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we are see a bunch of shattered broken microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I said at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and seeing this didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth
Wild.
is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through. John brings story. If we started to
I like
insert
you.
what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what's
Dude, I
that
like
day. So we're completely
There you go,
in head
there you
fact
go.
right here. And you're now introducing
If
this.
that's the case, if you're just hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but if you, but
Yeah,
that's
take
obvious
that
when you watch this
thing
episode, so that's why.
Clean
it
this and
feels
put it back up in
like
here.
I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No,
like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode,
I'm
know
just
what
trying to
it
make
is.
sure.
Good luck, case.
You're
open this. Like this. You got this thing, you can't open it at all. You just have to push that. If you got this on here, if you drop it or whatever, it won't come open. Because the other day I dropped it, I thought it would be on there. It popped up.
I looked into the explosive break multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot
The other
goes
day,
out,
when I was over the
I think
cage,
it's Charlie.
I got an envelope. Guess what was in the envelope?
People are actually
A can of freaking tomatoes.
The gun is being fired.
The can of tomatoes. Why would you put a can of tomatoes in an envelope? And why would you order a can of tomatoes? One can of tomatoes.
Person that was looking forward, we have a former said, it looks like there's an explosion under
Well, I think it might be. It might have been.
Probably go on.
What you call it?
He said this is the first thing I thought was like, yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said
Broadcast.
in his experience. So I'm going to take that, and also there were people who texted, like immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking this serious question. I was saying, why should I
I think it was a fraud package.
Why
Who's gonna,
fraud.
who's gonna buy a pack of who's gonna get
So whenever a bullet is shot, projectile shot,
Who's gonna order a
you
can of
have to
tomatoes?
demonstrate yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an
I don't
empty
care.
box
It was
of
in there.
ammunition
I
and put it
bring
on the
back
table,
boxes, shipped it
and
on
then
out.
fire it in the muzzle. And that
You know, it's
box
like
will
it-
actually go off.
Because if somebody gets all of it and damages it out, then they can get a claim on it. They ain't been claiming that thing.
You can't.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersion.
Why is he
3,000
over here?
pounds
All
of energy, 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well,
It's already on
35,000
fire.
pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it?
But how you ask on the sidewalk?
Being shot 150 yards away. That's
I
a
don't-
great question.
You are thinking on a
I'm
car,
gonna
in a
say
car,
it
so you're on a
was
bicycle
between
moving.
1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just.
You have to go down to downtown Atlanta or
I don't really buy that.
anything, don't you?
And I'm gonna just
Unless
say,
you want to sit in your neighborhood.
that's not
You're right, but
possible. It doesn't go through. On top of that, there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. You didn't
But
go
if
through.
there is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that. And well, because he's
Why do you think
actually
a guy
shot
was
and
leaving?
killed people.
why would that have anything to do with
How
anything?
I don't understand.
Well,
Did
because
he slow down all the videos
I
of
mean, that
people he
is
shot to
his-
see if their clothes moved?
Huh?
well, why are you able to
Maybe
assert your
it's
business?
a guy that's leaving. Does it make any sense to you? A guy that's leaving. That guy was leaving, it like, didn't he? He was out there walking. I mean, if he can get here, why didn't he walk on in here?
Maybe kidnapped. Taking GPS.
Take my car. I don't know why I'm here. Where? Take my phone. KG, you can keep my car. Just come back in a couple hours.
There they are. There they are. He's blocking the whole road again. Got a better blocker than I ever thought of being. She was right. I ain't a good blocker.
He ain't a good blocker at all. There you are. That's a white guy. I mean, a black guy. I don't know who the black guy is. You know, you think he lives in Green right here.
I think I go to work.
You're a good dude. I know that black guy is.
Looking at
Look at you. Look at you. Crazy man.
Yeah, he wants to fight now. He wants to
Crazy
fight.
man. Yeah. No, you crazy. Love you.
Love you. God bless you. Hey. What up?
Hey,
What's the date? Friday? Friday. 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 Friday.
Thank you. You got so many planes up there where that positive thing forget about the water. You know what I'm saying? The water bottles in the bag. I thought I forgot. If I did. I mean, you got to put this together. Take out your bag, put in your bag. You got to take the water out your bag, put your phone in the coat, put your bag in the coat. You got to never get everything out the coat and get your water out the top. And then put it all. Then, DJ. DJ over after girl. They called me early.
Yeah.
They always they look at paint y'all. And it's clean. It's boring. It should be used. What did you say? Yep, that's me. I get clean if I'm going to stay home. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't even on Saturday here. Hear me?
What?
I was on Saturday. Thank you. Yeah. September. First week of September, we better not forget. We got to. First week of it ain't Thursday. Hey,
First weekend in September?
yeah. I think so. I think it ends on the 5th, or it ends on the 5th, like that. But I ain't worried about it. We need time alone, remember?
Yeah.
They gotta get our time alone. They can't even get a job. He gotta get a job.
Yeah, Josh said he's gonna get a job.
Huh?
Josh said he's gonna get a job.
Yeah, AJ got to him. AJ already get a job. He ain't no car. You know?
Well, I don't know. They can't do that. I don't know where they live or nothing anyway. I don't know where they live or nothing.
You said what now?
I don't even know where he lives. He might live next door to something that he can work at.
Really? Tucker?
Yeah, but that don't mean
How
nothing.
far is Tucker from us?
An hour? It's by Amber's house.
Oh. Why he moved to Tucker? Whatever. That's how he goes. Move in where he can fit in. And now it's cooking me himself. Now I cooking me. Give anybody lays out a work day. I y'all want to do. And look on in here. Get exactly the other way. Come in later. I file either 1 or 2 or 12. I can just see that. If they ain't shit, they ain't getting shit. It's might be out early. That's 12. Let's see.
Right on.
Huh? Yeah. Think I parked in the wrong spot. Huh?
What do you say?
I parked in the right spot today. Well, I got 2 out of there. I got 2 egg guards to quit. I had my water bottle. I guess I reached it with. Give me good. Good. Huh? Yeah. Okay. I think Miami full time. Miami full time. He said those. I think he is here. Most of us here every day. When he was over, he ain't here every day.
Huh.
He's here every day for 2 weeks. He's never here every day. Hey. Hey, I guess I'll let you go.
Love you.
You ain't got nothing to say. But, I'll probably see up on it.
Okay, I love you. God bless you.
I'll let you think God bless you.
Okay, peace. Bye.
that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road line.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I read the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on.
Yeah, that's fine.
For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rival Mule clips and so if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is the time to do so.
Good to see you, General Hall.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to.
Yeah.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts.
he observed, he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you,
people disagree with you. Your
Yeah.
opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos. DNA samples, and then they started speaking of.
Response.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like,
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play,
Okay.
right? And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like
I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
no, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. We're questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
The straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight
obviously
to jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned, and I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. And that's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't
can.
say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air.
if your entire thing is
Junk.
no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
to make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend
Um,
Erica. The thing is, though,
I've
is
seen
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out
wait,
of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No. When you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say, I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just.
That's not really what happened.
What didn't
Yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context this with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of. Hang on.
And
There's nothing here except holding you to your
say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up.
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asking
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
They're
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you'd like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
for
point.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips.
What was I looking for? Yeah.
So, 100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or we just did it?
I'm just gonna
Okay.
to the actual.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or have a conversation.
Right, good. Good, good. God bless you.
And by the way,
Thanks.
the other thing is like
Have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to
done
have a
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
So are you good when we're asking a question or
You
not?
said no.
Wait for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first? Okay.
About why this is not aggravated to be very of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster, or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine and pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to make your I want to make sure Andrew had the time.
Fighting!
I think the team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission. so
You
I'm
have
looking at
full
the- I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through
names.
my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages,
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
Okay, you'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them,
Yes.
see 1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know, they're texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I
like
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah,
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay. So you
I never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I wrote that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is
Well,
a receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now?
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the reason I'm
forced
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah
evidence?
1102 approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself. Account. I just call the merchant account processor and say, "What's the name on this?"
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong.
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler
Yes,
Robinson?
you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then you
under...
should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is.
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happens next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
No, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well, wait a
to
second.
a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
Then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. And your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no, that's
hairs.
not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man, that's-
murder versus
it-
murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major
God bless you. Huh? You seen each other before?
Yeah, the revival for the church. Revival jamming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I remember. Yeah.
How you doing?
He said what up and everything.
Yeah, man, I got blessed with security guard.
Okay, glory to God.
Man, people don't understand that God is real. He's good.
Amen.
You think that he forgot about you.
It wasn't yesterday. It was the day before yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, to agree, people think that God forgot about you. God don't never forget. He remember you. He just sometimes we get frustrated, we get angry and like.
You live right here?
Nah, I stay on Food Industrial. You know how they say this part of being human. When you're a human, we gonna get mad, we get angry, we get frustrated. At the same time, we gotta shake that off, right? We gotta understand that God woke us up, right? God pay our bills. Right?
God bless you. What's your name?
Clint.
Clint. All right, Jim.
Yeah, I don't give up, man. I know
friends with Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy's my homie.
It is the whole.
Yeah.
They're a good man, good person.
Yeah. Well, God bless you, Clint.
Good
Good to see you, brother. Peace. Buggy, I don't need a buggy. What? Floors are clean. Most Kroger's they got really clean floors. Several years. Seafood. God bless you.
The audiences with the magic trick need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that it's here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, thank you everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Watch it again, actually.
listen, that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like that. Almost none. I have no problem defending the state's case. Candace may give any challenges she would like, but honest, the reason I would pay the $300,000 was this realistic aim was to find a chance for someone to make Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable claims she's been making. Candace's investigations indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the nation. She uses her conservative platform to relentlessly attack most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. She's making a mockery of the right-wing commentary class.
So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Cole, that he's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you, between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
So,
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
so not only, you know, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter,
That's for forgiveness.
0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the
Hello.
evidence that he feels
Hey.
that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on the roof that day, based on the evidence in the case. I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think that a projectile.
Yeah, it's my godbaby's birthday.
Yeah,
Yeah, she turned 11 today.
But I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Thank you. You have a nice one.
God bless you. God bless your goddaughter. All right. Happy birthday to her. Thank you.
So, you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So, under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low
open-
C, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and I've seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, but
Because
we're
if we're not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we
that's
should go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round.
What up?
Well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft
God bless
point
you.
round from a 150 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
It's
you
logically possible.
you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that it
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So. I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
hmm
Uh,
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay,
years
so
alongside my gun shop.
as with your expertise,
Mhm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mhm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
want
I
to
want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mhm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched, you could have DNA on something that you've never touched, and to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay,
So-
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yep.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long.
We
testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no. Hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints?
She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to
But
address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
And it's not a possibility, it's a fact. The person who took
hang on,
it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did. But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say
so-
I don't know. I
well, what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would
for
that
that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the
They
gun?
named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded, and you're saying he
at UVU, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's
Okay.
what you said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, where, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading, all the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
And I'm
cases.
wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do, it's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skylar,
not-
I think
he
you
said
pull
much
it up
more
if you
than
want to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements
I
that
thought
are
you
not
said messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that at
what
all.
are the things
How
that-
many times did you, I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing.
hearsay.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't,
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
He's wearing Converses, and he also that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that I
that's
find
not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So
characters anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's
what
I
do you?
was
Okay,
saying,
go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break.
Minutes, thank you.
All right, you guys, nearly 2,000. Oh, already speak.
Good explanation for why it is that these men
Want to guess? Do the same. There is support. Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching this, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PVD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now, just so you know. They want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, Let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it, so he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch facts, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so I will say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that just a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes
Yeah, but
catch
do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I
Yeah.
said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say
I
the
think you-
COVID
I think
vaccine is
that's-
running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
Oh,
Now,
but hang on.
I said
Let
parking
me
aside-
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
they
this.
kept telling us was
Now, when you're talking
100%,
about
it was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like fed slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword
the
for the counter
But
industry?
everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all,
Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Maya,
I said,
how do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside just your general intuition as to how I write the text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what our client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? He didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
You gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have paid to watch the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media, that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it
said
was in
with
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
do know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is
go ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there, he then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point though. Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
Yeah, I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative, everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have already in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputed.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my. and present that evidence.
That
and
would
the
also
public
be
on
a
your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No, it's
fabricated.
not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're saying
receive
that they
discovery.
didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text message.
the probative information,
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text
they
messages.
never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No.
they could have said they're
No,
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forward for the trial. Hence the reason why there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay. This doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. Next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough
See what there is.
leadership ready in nursing with an accredited MSN degree from WGU. Choose from 5 specialty Master of Science in Nursing programs that are designed to prepare you for today's most in-demand roles. Learn more at wgu.edu.
I get you hard, but that's about it. I help you get hard physically.
They're supposed to be debating the case
This is
and whether or
what-
not there was overwhelming evidence.
This are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that the
Preliminary hearing, which was overwhelmingly, we're going to use that word here because it was.
And as we said earlier, what a great distraction for them. Your brain again cannot think about, oh, what's going on with my stocks, what's going on with my job, what's going on with the economy, or anything else that can consume by a 4-hour debate. As for the debate itself, I thought I was the loser as the viewer. I just didn't think I gained anything. So when I think about a debate, I don't know, let's say we're watching an economic debate. Let's say someone's debating the US dollar is going to collapse. Someone else is on the side of it's the strongest currency in the world. We would get something out of that. People would make their case on the dollar. People would make their case on not. I just didn't feel like I got anything. I was entertained at times because there were a lot of zingers, things were funny. But in terms of like knowledge and content, did I change my position? Do I now think, something maybe did happen? No. So I didn't really walk away. I thought Candace is a strong debater. Like, I would not want to have to debate her, was one thing I thought I would lose, because I just felt like very quick, very quick on her feet. I thought Andrew struggled on his feet, particularly with that exchange around the, the charges, the 7 charges. So that was something where she seems like a chess player and he seems like a checkers player, was kind of how I thought. Like, she was thinking moves ahead and he was thinking more the current move.
In the moment.
Yeah. So maybe I'll stop here. I mean, I don't want to just keep going, but
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. We'll get the exchange and things. Again, as a reminder, because I know what people expect from me. I know what they want to hear from me. They want to hear the deep stuff. But again, allow me to just go back through this debate and take my time with it so that I can clip it up. It's not easy to break up a 4-hour conversation. It's not. Like, there's a lot of clips circulating, but y'all know I'll go a little bit deeper. So you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm going to keep it 2-dimensional, as a reminder. And that just means who do I think won, what are my immediate thoughts about the performances, etc. We'll get into the deep stuff later at another time, sort of what Brian is delving into about distractions and who really won and what was this really about. Of course, this is the deepest I'll get on that level, and then I'll get into my immediate reaction. As a reminder, Andrew Wilson is a Freemason. Now, was a Freemason. I don't believe he was a Freemason. We have him on clip saying it himself, that he was a Master Mason, which you just need 3 degrees to make it to Master Mason. I believe that he is a Freemason. And I believe this was his humiliation ritual. And they all have to participate in it, even if that means they have to pay for it. And in this case, he paid for his own humiliation ritual. They're trying damage control because, for those of you that don't know, Mr. Andrew Wilson has already given a post-interview. Did you hear what I just said? He's already given a post-interview. Have you seen it? Don't worry, I got you back like Cadillacs. I'm going to show you all. We're going to listen to like just a snippet of the post-interview he gave. And then we're going to delve into what I think about him and Candace's performance. So let me go ahead and share my
screen. It's like a UFC fight. Is Joe Rogan standing there with the mic? Or he's got him in the octagon? I mean, what is this? A post?
So he gave an interview with Steven Crowder, of all people. This is a reminder, everybody, so that you know what this is really about. Steven Crowder does not like Candace Owens for a multitude of reasons. Before I show you all this video, actually, I want to make sure that I state this as a litmus test. And there's a reason I'm saying it before you hear this clip. A great litmus test to know if you can trust what a person is saying and if a person is objective, specifically pertaining to this debate, because most people are going to react on a 2-dimensional level. They're not going to go as deep as Brian and I typically get. Ask this person, whoever that person may be, to find out for yourself if they're objective or not. One of these 4 questions. How do you feel about women? How do you feel about the Black community? How do you feel about Zionism? How do you feel about Candace Owens in general? Now, the four of those things may seem to not be related, but unfortunately, they are. They're very related, because typically what you find people who are critical are Zionists. They are a basher of women, not critical of women, not somebody that holds women accountable, which is very much so needed in 2026. I mean, like, they're radical with it. They typically have a personal vendetta against Candace, a personal vendetta against women, or they have quote-unquote radical views about black people, about race. It's going to be important because they're going to usually fit one of those categories. Now, with that said, remember that Steven Crowder and Candace Owens does not get along, because Candace Owens a couple of years ago had some very harsh and public criticisms and critiques of Steven Crowder and the way he treated his wife on camera. Ever since then, they've been quote-unquote beefing, and Andrew Wilson and Steven Crowder are good friends. So let's take a listen to what he had to say moments after, which is already a bad sign when you're doing interviews immediately after, and you're sounding like this, and you're making these types of concessions. Let's hear what he had to say here. It's only 1 minute and 50 seconds. Of course, it doesn't play, but don't worry. Let's refresh it.
There are people who will agree with you. And by the way, PBD's crowd mostly thought you won. We'll bring up our own poll. But you know that there are people who will already agree with you no matter what, people who will agree with her no matter what. Then there are some who have ears to hear, eyes to see. How do you think that needle will be moved from today?
I think it's the beginning of a snowball effect.
Okay.
So now that she's been challenged, I think, and had to give an accounting for the evidence, did a very poor job. I think that more of them will feel compelled to do more of these debates, or at least.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Joshua Blocker,
an inmate at Bullock Correctional Facility. To accept this call, press 5. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time.
Three-way calls are not allowed per ADOC Administrative Regulation 431. Inmates violating AR 431, as well as those individuals assisting them, may be subject to discipline. If an inmate in the dock asks you to send money outside of approved channels, such as payments to any mobile app, it could lead to an investigation or criminal charges against both you and the inmate for promoting prison contraband. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
What up, bro?
Chillin'.
You working?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. You got your headset and everything?
Yep.
Alright, cool. I'm just chilling. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I don't know. Haha. I'm thinking happy. We had pizza night, and I had a little bit of coffee today, and I had like about 4 cups, 5 cups, and I drank the tea. It was black tea. Lipton black tea. It was really good. And I'll probably get 2 more of those at 2 o'clock in mud. And I told you mud looked out for me. I had a hard time still there a while ago. I told you. I told you I'm chilling. I don't got no cigarettes or coffee, but I'm gonna have some when I get out. I'm gonna have a Marble Smooth 100. And I'm gonna have cigarettes, and I'm gonna have energy drink, and I'm gonna be straight. I'm gonna eat a hamburger, cheese, or something, and everything's gonna be good. I know everything's gonna be good, and that's what I said, guys. And I'm holding down, thinking. Just been walking around today, and I talked to Crockett a bunch today, and that was really cool talking to Crockett. and we talked about those bikes that they had. And he said he wished he had known how, I guess, how nice those bikes were. Because he talked about the bikes.
Word.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm just chilling. I talked about taking my first charge, and I told him about the vision thing at the hospital. My first charge was my first felony, and I told him about that. And I told him that when I drank the charcoal that the lady gave me, I acted funny because I was sober, and I was so used to it now that it was different being sober. I thought that the police had kidnapped me, and I told him about that. And it was cool. I've been telling him stories about my life, and it's been cool talking about it. I freaking
Hmm? Say what? Nope. Can you hear me? Hear me? Yo, yo.
Or at least I'm hoping so. And I think that that'll create the snowball effect. At least that's what I'm hoping. But ultimately, there wasn't a need to push back too much on too many things because she just admitted that she didn't have any evidence for anything.
Well,
So
that was
where do you go from there? You're like, hey, do you have any evidence for that? And they're like, no. She went back on all of her claims. And so, like, where do you go from there? In other words, there was nowhere I needed to go to demonstrate what it was I was trying to demonstrate, which is that these people have lots and lots of claims, and the second they're confronted with
This is Miss Payment. She's a credit wrecker. She misses her monthly payments, even though she might be able to schedule them around her payday. Don't be like Miss Payment. Learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
sources in these things, that makes no sense at all. These, I think ultimately, I'm sure that there's going to be some negative clips about me, especially pushed by the Owens people. But ultimately,
I'm going to do some negative clips on you, but that's just for funsies.
Of course. But ultimately, she didn't have anything. She had nothing. She literally had nothing. And so what made this an easy debate for me was that she didn't fucking have nothing. It's like, what do you want me to do?
An easy debate. More reason why I believe this guy knowingly participated in the humiliation ritual. I want to read something that someone said under my video about him being a Freemason. I actually pinned this comment. I do not have this video tag, but it's entitled, Andrew Wilson is a Freemason. This is all a ritual. Here's proof. The comment says, Andrew's tag is the crucible. In Freemasonry, a crucible is not a literal vessel, but a metaphor for a severe purifying trial that refines a Mason's character.
Okay, that's dope. Now we talking. Wow, this neighborhood is dope.
Character, much like metal is refined in a crucible, it underscores the craft's emphasis on moral development through adversity. And somebody responded and said, I still don't understand. I read your comment like 5-6 times. Is this how it feels to be ignorant? It's been so long. But somebody responded, and I thought this was important. They said, I gather he will be purified. He needs it with that awful, rude, disgusting mouth of his during this process. Think of it as a public humiliation ritual. I actually didn't even read this far. Basically, and then he'll go up the ranks. Question marks. Now, I told y'all I wasn't going to get 4-dimensional. That's definitely 4-dimensional. So, but this is important. There's a quote somebody said under Candace's video. They said, this is not even a debate. This is Candace having to explain everything to Andrew. Now, I want to make sure we make a distinction here. And this is very important. Many people have already started saying, Didi, what do you mean? Or to anybody else said X blank, fill in the blank. What do you mean Candace won? She provided zero evidence. Number one, that's not true. But even if it were true, she provided zero evidence. How can she win? I'm going to restate this again. 2-dimensional, everybody. Keep in mind, this is from a 2-dimensional perspective. Candace Owens, these people are pretending that Candace Owens is a judge getting ready to present zero to little no evidence to convict a person, to put a person to death, right? She is a member of the jury pool. That's not the case here. On a 2-dimensional perspective, Candace Owens is a podcaster that sits in her basement, feet away from her family, and she covers this case. Nobody's going to go to jail because she said words on her podcast show on YouTube, because she clipped it and put it on Instagram. She's not the judge in this case. She's not a member of the prosecution team, let alone the defense team. She's a podcaster. What's my point? Why are you, same people, not holding the prosecution, the judge and the jury, to the same standard? That's strange. They're the ones on a 2-dimensional perspective that will be putting a person to death. They're the ones that will be making the decision to convict a person for a life sentence, not a podcaster. If you have a problem with what a podcaster said, and on a surface level you want to just challenge them on their beliefs, fine. Spending $300,000, who I don't believe it was his money, spending $300,000 to sit down and talk to a person and challenge them on their beliefs as they are the law when they're not, is strange. That's strange, bro. What's even stranger is that you decided to come onto her show after paying all this money. She's about to make even more money, by the way, just from her YouTube show. It was 1 million views in 5 minutes. What are we talking about? She's going to do all right. To then come onto the show to only repeat the things that you said publicly. You were supposed to have something else up your sleeve. This was supposed to be the big reveal. There was no big reveals other than, which I also...
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Joshua Blocker,
an inmate at Bullock Correctional Facility. To accept the call, press 5. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring any time.
Three-way calls are not allowed per ADOC Administrative Regulation 431. Inmates violating AR 431, as well as those individuals assisting them, may be subject to discipline. If an inmate in a dock asks you to send money outside of approved channels, such as payments to any mobile app, it could lead to an investigation or criminal charges against both you and the inmate for promoting prison contraband.
Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
what up, bro?
Chilling.
Yeah. I got on the phone, on the wall phone, so I can hear. I couldn't hear good just a little bit ago on the tablet. Straight chilling. It's coming. Freedom. I'm gonna kiss the ground and make everything work out. And I gotta make it through the weekend. But I mean, I've been in the county before where you can't smoke, you can't drink coffee, nothing, and you just sleep until the meals come. So I could not do that because I'm not going to. I go around and try to hustle up cigarettes with like food off the tray, and it's gonna work out. I'm chilling and I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. I got a lot of stuff on my mind, and I'm just talking to you because I love talking to you.
Yep, I'm just doing these dough dashes. Dough dashes.
Yeah. Dough dash.
Thing just told me the wrong way to go. But it's alright.
They said the nurses are out there, so they're going to do field goal in a little while. We still got like 5 going. I don't know how they're going to do it. The new dude, the dude that looks like he's on something, he lets them out and then waits till they get done to close the door. He doesn't let everybody out. Yeah, he's strict like that. It's all good though. Freaking, and then I'm going to be able to talk about something else besides prison stuff when I get out. But my prison stuff was cool though.
Yeah.
We can talk, bro. It's going to be cool. I'm going to be like, it's going to be cool. I'm going to find out, you know, day by day. But I had that tea today. It was Lipton black tea. It was so good. I put like a third of a cup full, like a big tumbler, a third of it full, and then I boiled it in there for 3 minutes. And it busted the bag of tea, so there was tea, you know, grains and everything in there. And this time I didn't need the tea bag because I didn't want to see if it made me dehydrated or something. So I gave the tea bag to somebody else. And that was cool, but I usually eat the tea bags. But I was like, I'm not that bad off right now. And the tea was really good, so I was geeked. And it was cool. And then I got 3 cigarettes from Mud, and I came back over here, and I left him my tablet. And then he brought the tablet back in like an hour. And he was like, and they were like, Mud wants you at the door. And I was like, oh, okay, I came to the door. And then he gave me the tablet back. And I let Pig get some of my tablet time. And I told him I was going to give him some.
Hello. All right, we're rocking. Did a dance video in there, but I don't know. It doesn't seem that. I don't know. Something's off with it. His speakers were fuzzy or something. I think it was a radio station that wasn't coming in clear. But let's see. We're gonna watch this or listen to this.
Also predicted that you may do, which would not be a gotcha, and that is to present new evidence that Candace Owens that does not have. That's strange. You're gonna say, how dare you believe that Tyler Robinson isn't guilty when here's some evidence that you've never seen before, the public has never seen before. You should have known that this existed. Here's a gotcha. That's not a gotcha. It would make more sense if it was public, she knew about it and still didn't believe it. And that would be the text message he claims to have of Charlie Kirk texting members of TPUSA that specifically the left. He was afraid that the left, there's that left-right paradigm that they're pushing, the left was going to unalive him. Number one, Candace pointed this out. Why have they never provided this to anybody? That's weird. Show it. We've been asking. You provide that to no one. The second red flag is, later in the debate, good thing Candace remembered, she asked you, hey, how about now? Now's a great time to provide that proof. You're big on evidence and proof, or was it positive evidence? Whatever he was calling it. Here's a great time to present the proof of that text. Do you mind showing it to the audience? Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. She said, do you mind if I ask you not? He goes, some things you got to hold close to home, keep them coming back for more. In other words, either you don't have it or you have it, you're going to hold off on it for the longest and try to get more subscribers and revenue off of people coming back, even if it's just routinely, to see when or if you've dropped those text messages, right? Here's something that I want to also point out. Earlier I mentioned the litmus test, a way to know if the person you're talking to is objective or not. And let me make that easier before I let Brian butt in here. A simpler way to think of it is, instead of questions, here's a statement. If the person that's speaking has a reputation for being radical or having radical views on women, they're probably not going to be objective about this debate. If they have radical views on the black community, not being critical of the black community necessarily, holding the black community or saying uncomfortable truths about the black community. I mean, they say radical things like black people inherently have the lowest IQ of any human or race of human on the planet. They're probably not going to be objective about this debate. If they are against Zionism or proclaim or profess to be, or I should say, if they are Zionists, let's keep it short and sweet, they're probably not going to be objective about this debate. And last but not least, if they have something that's personal against Candace Owens in particular, obviously, they're probably not going to be objective about this debate. You know what I noticed about three of the biggest voices, make sure I get this right, three of the biggest anti-Zionist platform brands or people all seem to buy the Fed slop when they usually don't buy the Fed slop. One of those people is Myron Gaines. Another one of those people is, what's his name? Nick Fuentes. Let's start with Mr. Myron Gaines. I want to show you all what he said. Myron Gaines is a person who claims to be anti-Zionism. But he's also a person that's radical about women. You're going to notice that each of these three people, that being Myron Gaines, Nick Fuentes, and Andrew Wilson, fits into one of those categories that I gave you. All right. So let's hop into this. Let's exit out of here. Let's scroll up here and let's see what we can find. They're going to act right.
Indeed, it's worth mentioning on Myron, he's ex-government.
He's ex-government. Very good point. Yes, he is. Oh, very good point. Yes, he is. So this is what he says here. Blew my mind. He starts off by saying, my unbiased. Oh, okay. My unbiased take on the Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debate. So let's see if he's actually unbiased here. After the opening segment devolved into off-topic arguing, wasn't off-topic, the debate should have shifted to timed rounds. That format would have let each side fully lay out their positions and forced real engagement What
Taxpayers covered the cost of a first-class ticket for Mayor Bottom's husband to fly to the Super Bowl.
more than $11,600 in luxury chauffeured car service.
The State Ethics Commission has fined Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Keisha Lance Bottoms, out for herself.
You're too much of a coward to admit that Candace, while 7 months pregnant, was paid $300,000 to wipe the floor and embarrass Andrew Wilson. But because you have taken this weird position that the Fed slop is actually accurate, he's argued this on this channel multiple times. His is just flaming them, and he's calling all of them libtards, or he's calling them low IQ N-words. Oh, okay. Even though majority of your audience are white people, it's weird. But because you have taken this weird position that the Fed slop is accurate, you refuse to concede that your worldview was destroyed and has holes all throughout it. You refuse to take the stance also because he knows Candace Owens personally. Not only that, he's had a one-on-one interview with Candace, so he's trying to play the middle ground here. It's a clown show, but it doesn't just stop there. Let's go to our other buddy. What's our other buddy? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he at? Where is he at? Here he is. Here he is. Nick Fuentes. He says the debate was basically unwatchable. We know what that translates to. But what is truly striking is how Charlie Kirk has become a background character in the endless soap opera about his own pow-powing. The story now revolves around the raging narcissist Candace Owens and the mad psychosis she has induced, which once again, Candace Owens is not responsible for many of us believing what we believe. She responds and says, in other words, you publicly said you were backing Andrew Wilson and are now coping with the fact that he lost badly. Now, before I continue, because I have so much more to say. So much more to say. Brian, do you have anything so far?
Well, I mean, we went through a lot there, so I'm trying to think. Let's start here, because this is an area that I've studied and paid close attention to. There's a very specific playbook for what I call the installation process, how they install someone, and subsequently what happens after the humiliation ritual. And so let's think about what happened right before the humiliation ritual. He goes on Joe Rogan. Now he's on this Candace Owens show. Now every single influencer is talking about him. It doesn't matter if they're talking about you negatively.
They're talking about
controversy creates cash and it creates views. And I guarantee you, in a week, in a month, in 2 months, he's gonna have massive engagement. Good or bad, it doesn't matter. Guys that are installed don't care because they're installed. So I'm assuming he is. Let's just say, for the sake of this argument, it doesn't matter. Just like an actor in a movie doesn't care if someone says something about the character they're playing. This is the way to do it. And then you get on every show. He was just on Crowder, just in that clip. He'll be on some other show after. And his profile is just going to keep going up. Again, it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It's just profile. That's how they do it. They've been doing it this way forever. And I don't want to throw out other names because I have no idea who's installed, who isn't. But I can just say when it appears to me someone is, this playbook to a T. They make the rounds. They're on every big podcast. They're getting talked about negatively and positively to make it. It's like a covert way to promote someone, you know, because you're thinking, oh, well, they're bashing this person. No, it's covert advertisement. Reminds me of something I studied real carefully, was how they installed gangster rap by sending the entire media telling your parents, don't let Johnny listen to NWA. So then what does Johnny go do? By the end, that's covert promotion. That's covert advertising. Guess what? If you never mentioned NWA, my white parents would have never heard of NWA. How would they know that? Parents in their 40s at the time, 50s would have never known that. They would have never heard of Tupac, never heard of Biggie, definitely not NWA. Would have never heard about that. That's how they do it.
This is going to be so good because I'm going to be two-dimensional for this video. He's going to force me to be a little bit deeper here and there. But what's going to be great for y'all is that Brian is going to be giving you the other side that's way deeper because he already has so many thoughts. And I'm holding off on mine for now. And this is perfect because I will share this part. I've questioned this. I'm gonna give Candace a lot of credit in today's video. But what I have questioned is the strategy of TPUSA retweeting Candace and claiming and taking this weird position that Candace is the reason so many people believe this, when they know that so many people was questioning Erica Kirk well before Candace was. Why do they keep mentioning Candace? Why do they keep directing people to Candace? You know that people find y'all suspicious. You know that you're gonna force people to go and watch Candace. You know that. And it's like, but they keep doing it. Nick Fuentes is doing it. oh, the massive psychosis she's induced on society. You know that that's true. But oh, I forgot to say this, and this will tie into what Brian just stated about how it was so many live viewers. I don't doubt, because Candace on regular has hundreds of thousands of people that watch her. So yes, it was more this time. So it's not hard for me to believe it. But I'm not surprised, and I understand why Brian would question it. But something else that I found weird was it's much later down. 21,000 people liked this post. Yes, I'm not saying that it's not multiple people that feel indifferent about Candace or don't like Candace. I find it very difficult that objective people watch this debate, and immediately, like within minutes of his tweet, he had like thousands of likes already. And I'm like, there's no way thousands of people watch that debate and they feel the same way and they're being honest. I find that hard, because even if you came into the debate rooting against Candace, that performance or lack thereof was from Andrew Wilson, there is no way, unless you are a bot, you are a paid shield, whatever term we want to come up with, yet he has 21,000 people. Oh my, I don't care if it's only 21,000 of 720. That's about normal for that ratio, probably over the ratio of what typically you get from likes to views. But that blew my mind. I'm like, are these real likes? Are these real people liking this post? Or is this just meant to force and push engagement to make people think like, oh yeah, there's so many other people that feel this way? Like, you're forcing people to think that they're crazy. Bro, if you watch that debate, stop it. Stop it. It was a clown show.
First, I don't know how they can be real likes, because Twitter is like COVID. I didn't know anyone dying of COVID. I didn't know anyone in the hospital. I turn on the TV. They say every hospital is overfilled. Twitter's the same thing. I don't know anyone liking tweets. I don't know anyone doing this. And then I go on there, 700,000 likes, 5,000 replays. Yet in the real world, do you know who Nick Fuentes is? Yeah, I know who he is, but no one is that I know is engaging with his Twitter or anything. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this stuff. I mean no one. I'm not being hyperbolic. Like, I ask a lot of people these questions, so then I don't just make stuff up. But I really try and get good data on things I say. And I find it just very hard to believe that Twitter is real. I think when Musk bought Twitter, not to go too off on a tangent, but this is important, he said he would give us the stats on bots, and he never did. And I believe it's because it was probably 90%. If anyone's on Google right now, type in dead internet theory and just start to read about that. How essentially it's that the internet is fake. No one's really on it. Meaning at this level. I'm not saying people don't go on the internet, but you know what I mean. No one's, like Reddit would be another one. You're in a chat room with bots when you're on Reddit. You're not talking to real people.
Speaking of Googling something, we have to make some clarifications here. So very many times in this debate, which drove me absolutely insane with this man, he kept saying that overwhelming evidence to him just simply means it's convincing. That's not what overwhelming evidence means. That's not what the word overwhelming means. Overwhelming means something is very intense, powerful, or great in number, right? It describes a force, amount, or feeling that is too strong to fight off, resist, or easily manage. So at the very beginning of the debate, he kept saying overwhelming evidence, because, and the reason why this distinction is important is because, remember, he kept holding Candace's feet to the fire. He said, not only do you have evidence, what is it? Do you have positive? Is it positive evidence he was saying? Positive something.
Yeah.
And he kept saying,
getting annoyed.
Yeah, he kept saying positive. But when he speaks about evidence, he means, oh, it just simply means what's been presented, including what was presented in the preliminary hearing, which was overwhelmingly, we're going to use that word here because it applies, overwhelming hearsay. And by Utah's law, you're allowed to do that. One of their statutes or their codes allows you to do it. So why are you simply saying it's because he's trying to save face? He's trying to make it where what he calls evidence is considered subjective. It just, from my perspective, I think it's overwhelming. Yeah, but the footage of Tyler on campus going up the stairs, it's extremely grainy. Break that down to us, why you believe that that's Tyler. Oh, I just believe it. No, but why though? Well, it's not just that. It's that in couple or with context of the rest of the overwhelming evidence. Right. But this photo, you tweeted about this photo. The photo, we cannot tell that that's Tyler Robinson, just like we can't tell from the footage on the roof. I said I'm not gonna get too deep in today's episode, but this is what I will say. I've shared multiple times, Brian, is that I believe that the confusion is on purpose. They could easily have made these things more clear, an open shut case, even if it's a patsy or not. And they can use this patsy to go along with it, whether he was set up or not, make sure that there's clear footage, clear video, clear evidence to at least enough to convict the guy, where very few of us can question at least what's been provided. But they've made all of it like this sort of up in the air, vague, ambiguity. It's like, it's just weird.
Yeah. One quick thing on why he used the word overwhelming. Most likely he was trained. And so if you ever look at, I mentioned this on the very first live stream we did, the CIA and the people in charge did major psychological studies starting in the 1940s going forward. And they studied the use of certain words and what that does to the psyche. So if you're someone who's, let's say, low information, meaning you don't really know a lot about this case and you're a little foggy, how you were saying, something like the word overwhelming, no pun intended, will overwhelm your brain, and you will then question, I must be wrong. And it's subconscious, it's not conscious. Because if some expert, someone with hundreds of thousands of followers, is saying overwhelming, you just start to feel dumb, right? Because naturally, unfortunately, we have like low confidence in our intellect, in our information, and they know this and they weaponize these certain words. I could be wrong, but I've noticed this a lot. There's these keywords they'll use and hammer because it may not have worked on us, but they're not trying to get us.
It's going to work on some people.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't call them low information. I wouldn't even say they're low IQ. Because if you have low information, you can't combat that. So someone speaking like this, confidently, overwhelming, deep voice, a presence like that, you're going to fall for it. It's kind of like I said to you, why do people convince us to mount our TVs? Because they studied when someone is above you speaking, your brain thinks of it as authority, subconscious, and it's the same thing here. You hear overwhelmed over and over again, and you must be right, man. It's a subconscious, and it's really freaky.
Which is part of the reason why they put performers in a lot of these industry plants on stages, right? And they mount them up because, again, not only do I look up to you, I'm looking up to you literally, I'm looking up to you figuratively, but because I'm looking up to you, I'm more likely to believe the things that you're saying in your music, and if that means powwowing and selling drugs is the right thing to do, or twerking in the streets, or having baby daddies instead of getting married first, maybe you're that much, and you got all these people here, we all looking up to you, I'm much more likely to do so.
And in this case, it's just debaters now. Instead of how you're saying musicians, now it's people in these, quote, debates, where they're becoming authoritative figures.
Agreed.
But where's the authoritative figure on maybe nothing happened to him? Why can't there be that authoritative figure? Why is there only binary? Something happened to him by the country in the Middle East or leftist? Why can't there be a third and a fourth and a fifth?
A false dichotomy. Exactly. And I want to respond to this. Somebody said, Didi, you need to correct yourself. Anyone can be the N-word, not a black only word. I agree with you. I think when the N-word is used, it can apply to anybody. The point of, thank you for that distinction does need to be made. N-word just simply means an ignorant person. But however, the reason why I said that particularly for my games, but it is important that or commissioned to teach them how to debate. Fine, bro. It does not mean that you are. But here's why I'm 100% convinced. It's something he did in the debate. And I got to give credit to her again. Candace caught it. I had already put it in my notes. And then Candace repeated it later in the debate. I said, this is very impressive on her end, bro. She didn't let a lot of things slide. Some missed opportunities, but she's only human. It's one thing to come in here because you don't like that Candace Owens has been spewing things that you disagree with, which is still weird. Who cares? Let her say what she wants on her podcast. You say what she wants. She's not in the court of law. She's not convicting anybody. Here's the problem. When he started going through the video clips, and even when he was conceding, he conceded quite a bit in this debate against Candace or conversation with Candace. He conceded a lot, which is very strange. A very strange strategy to concede to so many things that you're...
The cost of healthcare is an emergency. That's why I'm fighting the insurance companies to ban them from delaying or denying you care you need. I'm John Ossoff, and when Georgians can't afford health care, it's an emergency.
Said specifically about Erica. Now you're here for an agenda. Because if all women are retarded, including Erica Kirk, you don't care about Erica. You admitted in this interview that you still think Erica Kirk is retarded. You still think that they're not fit to run TPUSA. You still think that there are feminists at TPUSA, which, by the way, another reason why he ranked Candace so low is because he called Candace a covert feminist. How do you go from feeling like she was a feminist, that being Erica Kirk, still a feminist and a retard, but you're gonna go to this extent to spend an overwhelming, there's that word again, overwhelming amount of your time defending her? Defend TPUSA. You made it about Erica multiple times. You've been prepped. You've been cheated. That $300,000 didn't come from you, allegedly. You came here to try to, which also was obvious when he kept saying, so do you think anybody at TPUSA or Erica Kirk took out Charlie Kirk? Do you think they had a hand in it? Okay, fine. Ask that question once. Brian, he asked that question like 4 times. Why are you so hell-bent on this question, bro? What are you trying to get her to do here? That was very obvious to me. Very strange. Go ahead.
No, he said that felt like a mousetrap. You're setting up a mousetrap for her to step into, and she didn't take it. I think she said legally, I don't want to say that. And I also think in her defense, it's unfair, meaning you're allowed to have a claim that you can't prove. It's called a claim.
Yes.
I'm allowed to have a theory. I don't think they went to the moon. I don't know if I can prove it, but why am I not allowed to say, I don't think the U.S. ever went to the moon? Well, what's wrong with that?
And Brian, if you make the claim, I can ask you, well, what makes you say that? And you can just give me the reasons why you think. You're going to have reasons, but what Andrew's thing is, and I predicted that he'd do this, he'd say, when you're done giving your reasons, he's going to say, well, where's the 100% proof that proves that it didn't? No! I'm saying these are the reasons that lead me to be skeptical. I'm allowed to think and think that. He's saying don't think anymore. You're not allowed to do that. Stop that. That's weird.
Okay, so I've figured out way more cases than he has. As you know, I did the Turning Point audit, and I've told you before that I've done a zillion cases. One day I should show you a bunch. Do you know how I solve them? I speculated. Because guess what happens? I speculate wrong, but within wrong, there's a kernel, right? A kernel that takes me, a kernel of truth that then takes me this way, or spitballing, some people may call it. So it's really convenient how these people in charge don't want.
The customer requested you hand them the order. They added the following instructions. Hand it to me. Please call when you arrive 6,789,494,401.
That's just like, it's so dangerous to speculate. Why? Because you'll get to the truth. That's why. You will never swing and hit a home run on the first swing. So I swing and miss. But I learn from why I missed, and then I go, oh, maybe make a slight turn this way. And I speculate nonstop until I get it, and I figure it out. I have to get things wrong in order to get things right. I can't think of a story I did where right out the gate I was right.
Very good point.
Very convenient how they're doing this.
I agree. Something I think a lot of people missed, and I think this would be a very great point. So much, in fact, I think I need to make a video on it because we're over an hour into this video, and so the 2,100 people that's in here may not be able to catch it because they may not watch this long. I hope that they do. So at one point in the debate, Andrew Wilson says to Candace Owens, well, Candace Owens makes an incredible point that I believe it was dust found inside of the rifle, and dust and debris.
Hey.
And so her argument is,
y'all waiting on me? What's my name? You got it. All right, perfect. Let's see. Now, which one do you have?
I have both, actually.
Oh, you got fantastic. Am I blocking anybody?
No, you're fine.
Okay, let's do this quick then.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it might switch with you. See how fast. Might be a little stiff. Right? You got it. Sorry. Thank you. The code is 4401. Yes, sir.
Thank y'all. God
Thank
bless
you.
y'all.
You as well.
Go leave. But I only did one job today. Would you go home or would you stay and do the job?
I don't know. How long is the job gonna take?
I could do a job that takes me an hour, but it only gives me 75 bucks. Or I could do a job with 3 outdoors on it, and it would take me till midnight.
Till midnight?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm not sure because I don't know your schedule or nothing.
I gotta go do Atlanta. I gotta be in Atlanta DJing at 3 o'clock. If I leave right now, I get on the road by midnight. And
better get on the
there
road.
at 7 a.m.
You better get on the road.
Huh?
You better get on the road.
You think so, for real?
Yeah, because it's late already, bro.
3 outdoors like 200 bucks.
One doorbell?
The 3 outdoors like 200 bucks.
I hear you, but I mean, I don't know, to be honest. You have to figure that out. You have to figure out your own.
I'm about to go make 1,000 at Atlanta. I think I answered it myself.
Yeah, you need to get out of there.
I'm tripping on 200 bucks. I'm about to make $1,000.
Yeah, you better get out of there, bro. It's crazy,
Hold on.
man. I can't believe you come back.
You got
to
a
Atlanta.
second?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a second.
Hold on 1 second. Talk to you for a second, brother. I'm gonna tell this while I'm not.
Hello, we're gonna break cam.
I have a DoorDash.
You said you got a DoorDash?
Yeah.
What's the name?
Let's see.
What's the name?
Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry. Just a second. Let's see. It's Amber S.
Amber. All right, you come on.
All right, thank you. God bless you. Yo. Yo.
Hey.
What's going on?
Yeah, so I was watching the Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens thing, and it really is apparent to me that I think they're all in it together to monetize Charlie Kirk's death, all of them. Because she made at least I think she made $1 million off of that interview. I think they all made a bunch of money off of that.
You think she don't care nothing about Charlie Kirk? Think she's just pretending to care about him?
I think it really seems to me more or less just because of all the money that she's made off of this.
She would have made money anyway, though. She'd have made just as much money just doing whatever she wanted. She didn't have to do it. I mean, she just got a big payday, yeah. She got a big payday, but that's just one. The rest of it, she already had all the people that were watching her all the time. Back before she ever did anything about Charlie Kirk.
This was different. The build up to this interview, but she made like $1 million off of that just for that one interview.
Yeah, but the point is, did she change anybody's mind? Because that's really what she's trying to do. She doesn't care about the money. She's already rich. Her husband's a lord.
Yeah.
But did she change anybody's mind, you think, about whether or not it's the government did it, or whether, Tyler Robinson did it? Because that's what she wanted to do. The other thing she wanted to do was to show everybody that she knows more about the case than anybody on the planet. And she does. And she wanted to show them that because whoever wants to debate, she'll demolish them because nobody knows as much as her. There's only one or two other people that are close. Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman. These two guys know almost as much as her. But that's about it. Everybody else is pretending to know stuff. That guy didn't know anything. He didn't even know one thing he was charged with.
Were you able to watch it yet?
I watched it twice.
It came out only 9 hours ago, and you've watched a 4-hour interview twice?
I can watch it on double speed. Or on speed 1 point. I can watch it on 1.5 pretty easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've almost watched the whole thing twice. But I've also watched a whole nother show about the interview. So, I watched 1.5 times, and then I stopped because I'm like, well, I just saw the end, so my brain hadn't forgot that yet. So, I don't need to see that again. Then I started watching another show called Didi Got a Podcast. You ever heard of him? Didi Got a Podcast? That's who you should watch.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. He does a breakdown about it, but he's a guy that knows a lot about the music industry and the Illuminati and the Masons and everything. That's what his show's about. His show's about the Masons and the music industry and the basketball industry, sports industry in general. But he knows a lot about basketball and stuff like numerology. He's a weird dude. I'm gonna send you this show that I'm watching.
Yeah. My thought on the matter is just that they've all monetized his death, and they've maintained popularity because of it.
You don't think Candace is really trying to figure out who's trying to do it? who did it? You don't think that?
I think they know just as well as I do that it doesn't really matter.
No, it does
Regardless.
matter. It does matter because if we don't stop it now, there's going to be a whole lot more of this. Basically, what this is a death trap for everybody. Because whatever judgment you have about this is what's going to go into the spirit world. That's what's going on. That's why there's so many people watching it. It's a catch-22. If you say this, then that's what happens to you. If you say that, then that's what happens to you. So you have to look at it very objectively because you're basically casting your judgment into the spirit world. If you think it doesn't matter who killed Charlie Kirk, if you think it doesn't matter who killed him, then that's what everybody's going to think about you. It don't matter.
Well, here's what let me say it like this. It's not... Really, who killed him was the devil.
What's that?
I mean, what?
What's that?
I said, really, who killed him was the devil.
No, but I mean, what organization on earth committed this crime? You can blame the devil, but you can't convict the devil of anything. He makes the humans do it. So, does anybody give a crap? That's the question. Who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Andrew doesn't care at all. He doesn't really care at all. That's all his really point is I don't care. I just want this crap to end. But see, that's a death sentence for himself. Because when he gets in trouble with the law, which he will because he's obviously a bad guy. I'm sure he does lots of things that are bad. So, because he's working for the Illuminati. He's a CIA guy. So, when it comes to his turn, then no one will care and look into it. That's what will happen to him. And it won't be long either. It's going to happen quick. Because when Candace gets involved with stuff, God is already working on it. And things go crazy quick. Like Alex Jones went after, he went down like immediately. And then all the people at TPUSA, which are witches and gay, all the people that work there are witches and they're gay. And they all said to Candace, what do you do witchcraft? Because every time somebody says something about you, they get in trouble. So that's what's going on. It's way spiritual. It's a spiritual thing happening. What I got? So that's what's going on. It's a big spiritual judgment coming to everybody. And we get to choose what we think about this is our choice. So if you just think they made money, I mean, I don't see, people make money, you make as much money as you can, I make as much as I can. They made as much as they could, however they did it. It's the end. So they're trying to get us. So when they go after him, there won't be no remorse. Because he doesn't really have any remorse. Candace wants to know who literally did this so they can stop them from doing it ever again. Especially because they're trying to do it to her. She has more at stake than anybody else. Not money. Money doesn't even matter. She's trying to stay alive. They're trying to kill her. She's had multiple death threats, and the government don't even care. Our government hasn't even looked into the death threats that she's had, even though other people have been convicted of trying to kill her before in the past. So there's a lot going on. There's a tremendous amount of stuff going on. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Back that way. Yep, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Cause we're putting out luge right now. And then what luge we put out, that's what we're gonna reap. That's the seed. We put out the seed. Whatever seed we put out right now is what we will reap in the short future. But I already know Candace is just looking for the truth, because I watched every episode that she put out in the past, let's see, about a year and a half. When she got from the Daily Wire, I started watching her because I hated the Daily Wire. So I knew that if she pissed them off, I wanted to see why. And then all of a sudden she came out with the Brigitte Macron story of her being a dude. And that's why she got fired, because of that, and saying that genocide is always bad. And she got fired for those two reasons. But she wanted to get fired. It was a setup. She's smart. Just because she's smart, though, doesn't mean she's not legit. Just because she thinks methodically about every single thing she does. That's why she ate that dude alive. She ate him alive. Especially at the end, when she said, "Can you name one thing that he's charged with?" And he's like, "Murder." And she's like, "No, it's not murder. It's capital murder." And then she named the exact things that it was, all 7 of them, and he couldn't even name one. Because he doesn't really care. He did it for the money. She did it to make everybody say, "Holy sheesh, we do not want to mess with her. Because if we try to go against her, she's going to make us look stupid."
I'm looking at all of this the same way I look at pro wrestling.
Except for this is real life. People getting killed.
Yeah.
They want to kill Tucker Carlson. They said that. They have a hit list. Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly,
I could see Tucker
Aaron
Carlson.
Coleman. But the highest one is Candace, because Candace will not shut up. Tucker Carlson at least shut up about this. He's like, for the longest, he was like, "Oh, I know that it's Tyler Robinson," and finally he broke and said, "Nah, it's ridiculous." But for a long time, he was with it. He wasn't saying anything bad.
Yeah, I could see Ben Shapiro being on the list.
No, he's not on the list. They love him. They pay for him. He doesn't get any views.
Right. Yeah, he's on the.
He's still got a TV show and a business, and he gets no views because he's totally sponsored by Israel.
Yeah.
That's why he's not on the list. He's on the good list because he's a bad Satanist. He's a Satanist, so they got him on the good list. Tucker Carlson's not necessarily a Satanist. He's just not. He doesn't understand the Bible very well. But he's not a Satanist. But Ben Shapiro's a straight up Satanist.
What I can see about Tucker Carlson, anybody that doesn't believe in Jesus, but that's just the way I feel about it nowadays. When it comes to Tucker Carlson, I think he's kind of going the way of Alex Jones, in the sense that he knows so much at this point that it's literally driving him crazy.
I mean, he seems pretty sane. He just started a whole new party to try to be the president. He knows what he's doing. He's not crazy.
I see what he's doing.
Alex Jones is crazy because they hurt him really bad. You know, they took his whole business, flushed it down the toilet.
When I say it's driving him crazy, it's like he doesn't really know what to do about it.
Yeah, because he don't want to say too much. Because he don't want to get caught. Yeah. But I think in the long run, Tucker will be their asset still. Because his dad's CIA. Yeah. So when it comes down to it, he's like Donald Trump. When if and when he does get in office, which more than likely he's going to be running. I think this other guy, Andrew Wilson's probably going to be running for president also. My opinion. Yeah. This is the best way to get put out there is the new MAGA candidate. You know, him and J.D. Vance or something.
No, it'd be maybe J.D. and Marco.
Maybe. It was supposed to be J.D. and Erica. It was supposed to be. They bought that. You know, they bought that trademark. Vance and Kirk. 2028. They already bought it. So it was supposed to be her, but she lost all credibility from Candace. Candace just roasted her with her credibility is just crap. She's just a terrible asset that's been controlled from birth.
How's this for a plot twist? JD and Marco Rubio run together. Marco is the vice president, and then JD gets assassinated, and Marco Rubio comes out as the Antichrist.
I just think they lose altogether, but he's definitely a reptilian, ain't he? But I don't think they could win, is my opinion. Cause
JD or Marco? Who do you think is a reptilian?
Marco. But I was looking when you said it, because I never considered JD whether he might be a reptilian, but Marco, you could tell, you know, he looks like one.
Pence definitely was. I'll tell you that.
I heard that. Yeah, he probably ate a few people in his lifetime, one bite. I don't know. I'm just teasing.
I don't even think. I don't even know that I heard him speak. Like the entire time he was vice president, I can't remember one speech that he gave or one thing that he did while he was vice president. I vaguely remember Cheney, and we know Kamala Harris gave a bunch of interviews and whatever, but Pence, I can't remember anything Pence did.
I don't either. Like, he was kind of like, he didn't do anything until the end, and then he, like, went against Trump. You know, when it's over, yeah. He went total anti-Trump.
Receipt, please. Receipt, please. Yeah, I mean, Al Gore was very vocal as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was out there doing stuff.
I kind of see just in the amount of traction that JD gets, it kind of reminds me of what Al Gore was back in those days. A little bit, just for the amount of...
A little bit. Yeah, like the fact that he's doing stuff.
Yeah.
So he's being groomed to be the next guy, but the problem is so you know who Blake Neff is?
Who?
Blake Neff.
No.
So he works for Turning Point USA, and I was watching him do an interview a couple of days ago, and he told the truth. He said like this, and it's crazy. I don't think, he didn't mean to say this, but he did. And it's not been broadcast that much because of the fact that all this other stuff is going on with Candace. But he said that Charlie Kirk his death was supposed to bring the Republican Party back together. And that's why he was killed, but it didn't work because of Candace Owens. That's what he said. And this is a guy that works for Turning Point.
Regardless of what actually happened, I could kind of see Charlie Kirk.
Well, you know it was in a pentagram, right? They killed him in the middle of a pentagram. Have you seen that? Yeah, it was a Masonic ritual. I could send you a video of that too. It's the same guy. This guy, D.D. Dee Dee Got a Podcast is what it's called. You should just just put that into YouTube, and you can just watch whatever video you want, but you can see it where he talks about it was a ritual, and he shows the graphs, Kairos means Satan. So the Charlie Kirk Show is owned by a company called Satan. It's owned by a parent company called Kairos, which means Satan. Problem is people are starting to learn this stuff, and they're not getting away with it as easy as they were. Just a matter of whether... But now everybody gets to choose, whether they give a crap, and it's sad because most people don't, because they're like, well, I can't do anything, so why should I care? But if you don't care, then that's what you get in the spirit world. You sow it, and then you reap it, and then you go, why don't anybody care about me? It's because you didn't care about the thing that mattered the most. Who can kill people and get away with it in America? And how?
Right.
And it's the government. It's our government mixed with the French government, mixed with the Israeli government, doing a op. And more than likely, all the people at TPUSA were in on it in a small little bit, including Erica. So they have to keep their mouth shut. It's like I know what you did last summer, basically. Everybody has to be in on it, or else you can't go to the next level. And it's a Masonic ritual of murder. But they murder their own. He's a Mason. So he actually died the day he signed the contract with them. That's the day that he would sign his death away, and then just a matter of time. He did decide to walk away from the cause of Israel because of the genocide of the Shemites. Because the brown people are the real Shemites, not the Ashkenazians. So the brown people, they're killing them and saying that they're anti-Shemite, and they're really Shemites. What was you gonna say?
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, so you say Charlie Kirk was a Mason?
Yeah. Well, how you?
Yeah, I mean that. I feel like I've heard you say that before, and it makes sense because how could a ritual work to kill somebody who believes in Jesus unless they were open some kind of spiritual door?
I mean, you're allowed to be a Mason and be a Christian. But the problem is it ties you to them spiritually so that they can kill you. And basically when you sign up, you say it's okay. I don't mind being a martyr for y'all because y'all gonna help me out in my life. Y'all gonna make me look like a martyr and I'm gonna be a hero. When you sign it, that's what you hear. and that's what you decide.
Yeah.
But then when it's time to die, it's not as easy to get through it. You're like, oh no, I didn't think it was gonna come when I was 31 years old. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, see, I think that's why it seems a little,
Also, Candace is a Mason. I think so. Because, see,
yeah,
she's
and
a Catholic.
This kind of goes back to why I'm a little bit like, what can you say about any of it? Because if he was a Mason, he does honestly, the knowledge that he had, or like the way he carried himself, it honestly does kind of scream Masonry to me.
Well, the biggest thing is this: the fact that he only did one interview where he talked about Masons, and in that interview, he said he was open to it. So that tells you right there he's a Mason. But also, Andrew Wilson is a Mason. There's an interview where he says he is a Mason. He said, I was a Mason for 3 or 4 years. I paid my dues. But see, he's still a Mason because he's under contract spiritually. Even if he ain't paid his dues, it doesn't matter. He's under contract spiritually with them because he doesn't know how to get out of a contract spiritually because he doesn't even believe in spirit, you know? Andrew Wilson is definitely not a Christian. He's an atheist pretending to be a Christian. He doesn't know anything about God. Doesn't care about truth, justice, or nothing that God would stand for. All he cares about is money. For sure. I mean, he's going to do well because of that interview. He's going to kill it. Because he's going to make a bunch of money. He's going to go to every show right away, and he's going to get paid by every one of them. Because otherwise, he ain't going to go.
Yeah. That's kind of why I have the feelings that I have towards a lot of this.
But Candace has got a pure heart, is the thing. She had no reason to do this. Because, see, they were trying to trap her so they can sue her like they did Alex Jones. And her, if she thinks too hard and gets in a verbal spat, then she will say something that they'll be able to sue her and take everything she owns. So she had nothing to gain by doing this, except for the $500,000, which, I mean, that's a lot of money, but she makes $500,000 every week. She gets millions of views every day. So she doesn't care about money, but she just made them pay it just to make make it a whole big thing. And plus, they volunteered. They came after her.
I'm doing like 70 on this backcountry road.
Dang.
This dude passes me on my left.
Dang.
Doing like 90, and there was another car coming in that lane.
Whoa. It's crazy.
Like, I mean, he made it, but like, why? You know?
Yeah.
Bunch of deer out this way too. Like, you're just asking to. Some people really don't care.
But Candace got I think 6 million views just during the live. That's congruent though. That's like all the podcasts put together. I think there's like 3 or 4 of them. I think there's 4 of them broadcasting it live.
Well, day one, that interview already got 1 million views. Basically.
It got 1 million views in 5 minutes.
Oh, I don't know about other platforms. I know on YouTube it.
Congruently.
Oh yeah.
Congruently in the first 5 minutes.
Just about an hour ago, it was up to 973 or 33,000, and now it's up to 1,077,000.
On whose platform?
YouTube.
I mean, is it Candace's or the other, or Andrew's?
Oh, neither. Patrick and David.
Oh, okay. So that's just one.
He was the host.
Yeah.
He was the one who hosted.
But it was on Candace's live and on the other guys too, and on Andrew Wilson's. And it was on the other guy that originally put up the first bit of money to do it. What's his name? The whatever podcast. They put up 180,000.
Brian, something, I can't say his name.
Yeah. So it's all of theirs.
I watch the whatever podcast quite a bit.
Yeah, well, everybody watches it because it's pushed real hard. The clips.
What did you say?
The clips are pushed real hard. Everybody watches that show. You know, the clips come on all the time, and it's got a very distinct look, so it's easy to watch it. Hey, do you think he's gonna put out that text message? That Israel was gonna kill him. Other people had that text message.
If nothing else.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
Say again?
That it could have been a coalition if nothing else.
Oh yeah, well it was according to Joe Kent, there was 12 Israeli soldiers, IDF soldiers, or Mossad agents on the ground there in the crowd. And according to the guy that told Candace that the French Foreign Legion was trying to kill her, said that the French Foreign Legion did Charlie Kirk's 9/11 killing. And so she reported that to the government, to 4 different offices of the federal government, and none of them asked her any questions. She didn't tell them who told her. She said, this is what happened. A guy told me, prominent official in the French government told me this is what happened. This is what they're trying to do to me. And they never even called her back and asked her any questions. She said she would tell them who did it, who sent it, who told her. She has a big file is what she has. She has a file of evidence that the guy gave her. And she said she would give it to the federal government, but they don't want it. I said they didn't call her at all to get it. None of the agencies did. Kind of funny. Because they're just pretending. It's all a Mossad. It's not a Mossad, it's a Mossad. Fusad. Let's see where we going. Right here? Yes. Okay, chill. Oh. Oh. Goodness. Is it Insomniac Cookies? Yes. You still there?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about justice.
Huh.
I don't see the world being just, like, it being justice.
We have to change everything until if we don't, it's not going to change. But it's right now is the time to do it. And that's what it is going on with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens. Yeah, that's where I am. Yeah, I got a viral video there. Got 1 million something views. Things here, okay. Let's do this. Yeah, well, it's like when when people are buying those, you get good tips because it makes them feel good. So,
Yeah.
so it's romantic. That's what I've noticed. People use it to induce romance or introduce romance. Funny.
I'm still.
I'm gonna give Tina 2 of them. She'll kick my ass.
I'm still 47 minutes away. I missed my exit getting off the highway, and it screwed me up, threw me back like 20 minutes.
I know how that goes.
I did the same thing last week. Ain't gonna happen again, though. I'll tell you that.
That's good. You gotta keep an eye on the GPS.
Well, that's what it was. I did have my eye on the GPS, but it looked like there was two roads getting off of the highway, and I was thinking,
yeah.
It ain't this first one; it's the second one.
Yeah.
But really, it was just two roads close together, and there was only one road getting off of the highway. So that's how it happened. So now I'm driving all these backcountry roads. And
Hey.
Not that there weren't backcountry roads anyways, but
Hold on a minute. Tina's calling me. Hey, what up?
I'm saying tonight.
What?
I'm gonna say tonight.
Are you staying for the late night crew?
Huh?
Staying for the late night crew?
Yeah.
So what time you think? 4?
Huh?
What time you thinking?
What?
What time do you think it'll be?
5.
5 o'clock? Okay. All right, cool. 5 o'clock it is.
I might tell them I'll leave early then. If you think I should leave early now, I'll leave early.
I don't know. Whatever you think.
Cause I got it. Well, I said, yeah, we probably get an hour. I said, yeah, because I know extra money.
Yeah.
They don't have like coming in, that's why I said, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool.
But Valerie got full time.
Wow.
They gonna have full time.
God bless
They
Valerie.
They just here in this meeting. There is no full time. There is no full time person. No full time person she said she gonna get over the too. She gonna bullshit. Bullshit her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yep.
It is. I see it.
I heard that.
Whatever.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's okay. Just let me know what time and I'll be there.
Because you're also going here for later, so we didn't start until later today anyway.
Right?
You know?
Yeah. All right. Well, I love you and God bless you.
Love you too, God bless you.
Okay. Peace. Bye. I'm back.
hey,
Tina's getting off at like 5.
you don't have to drive her anymore, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, I still drive her.
Oh, you do? Oh, I thought she had her own car.
She does. Well, I drive her anyway. Yeah, it's fun.
Hey, whatever works.
Well, we actually save more money this way because if we're driving 2 cars, you're gonna burn 2 cars of the gas. So I just take her to work. I work till she's done, and then I go pick her up. So, yeah, it's good because there ain't no traffic in the middle of the night. So when she's done, I work till about 30, 45 minutes before she's done. Then I drive from wherever I am. One time I drove all the way from Conyers to Fulton Industrial in 30 minutes. But not on the freeway. On the back roads. But see, I learned a lot driving at night. Like if the traffic lights are, if it's red, if you blink your lights or you're driving towards it, it's going to change before you get there. So I was going down, I went down, what is it, Rockbridge Road, yeah. Rockbridge Road all the way to Memorial, and I was just blinking my lights the whole way, just making all the lights change. And then I went all the way down Memorial to Maynard Terrace, jumped on I-20, and then bang, 10 minutes, you're at Fulton Industrial. Ain't no crap, there's no traffic. But on the weekends, like right now, it's a little bit different because I forgot until just now. So I'm glad I was talking about that. I would have forgot. 285's closed down. So, yeah. So there's a lot of traffic on the freeways right now. Because 285 shut down.
Yeah, on that south end where they're building the new bridges and stuff.
Well, now they got it shut down in between Bankhead Highway up to South Cobb Drive, and then they got it shut down from Martin Luther King down to Cascade. So it's not the bridge, it's they got holes in the ground. They got some sinkholes going on 285. And I mean, it's dangerous. Like for a car like my size, I hit these holes and literally I could bottom out. It's so deep. These holes are so big. I know where they are, so I go around them. But I have almost hit them. I've hit one or two times, but not the biggest ones. But I try to go around them. I don't want to say always, because I don't want to screw up. I don't want to hit none of those things. But I won't be hitting them tonight because they're trying to fix them. So yeah, it's pretty wild. Sinkholes on 285. Lots of them. Lots of them. The road's just falling apart. So you have to get in the far two left lanes or you'll be in those holes. I mean, it's crazy. Going 70 miles an hour and you got like a 7-8 inch drop off into a hole and then back up 7 or 8 inches to get back up onto the road. Yeah, Candace killed it because really what she said, the biggest thing she said was that Andrew Koved or Erica Kirk should be sitting in that chair. How come they ain't here? That's the biggest thing because that's the truth. Why aren't they there? They're the ones that are running TPUSA, and they're the ones that are against Candace. They don't want Candace to know the truth. The same people that work for Charlie don't want to know the truth. They just want to convict this guy, put him in the death penalty. He won't ever get the death penalty. That's the, they hardly ever put those guys in the death penalty because they know they didn't do it, so they can't really kill them. But it's just to scare everybody.
I think Hinckley ultimately ended up serving his time and got out of jail.
Who? Oh, did he? He didn't get the death penalty?
Yeah. No. Hinckley served his time and got out.
Okay.
That's the guy that shot Reagan.
Okay, gotcha.
So the dude, I don't think the dude that shot Oswald, I remember he actually got, I can't remember if the dude who shot Oswald made it to trial. I don't think he actually made it to trial. I think somebody ended up killing him.
Wonder what what kind of gun Hinckley was using?
Man, I feel like it was like a 38.
Oh, okay.
But it might have been a Colt 40. It might have been a Colt.
So it was a handgun, though.
Yeah, it was a handgun.
So it probably was a 38. Because a 45 would kill you, you know?
Well, I mean, it depends on where.
I mean, it'd take your arm off. If you get shot in the arm. He got shot.
Hinckley used Reagan.
There you go.
It's not going to take because I'm on the phone.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah. Well, I can do it. Because I ain't going nowhere. I'm sitting.
He used, he only used it. He used the 22.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So it's, oh, you
That ain't
know,
nothing.
that's like you might kill somebody, but you probably ain't going to. Unless you get them right in the heart, you're not going to kill them. Or in the brain. Even then, it might bounce off your skull.
Well,
I don't remember where he got shot. I think he got shot in the chest. Maybe like, I think in the left shoulder area. But I don't remember exactly.
Rocky's pawn shop in Dallas, Texas.
That's where he bought the gun?
That's where he bought the gun.
Interesting.
I don't know what happened to the dude. I don't know what happened to that shot. What's his name? John Lennon.
Right.
Can't remember what happened to him. But I don't think he got the death penalty either. I don't know that he was ever even caught. They were caught. Shooting occurred as President Reagan was walking to his limousine after giving a speech to union members. He was able to fire 6 shots.
Wow.
Yeah, he's only 71.
Weird. You should go interview him and say, hey, did you work for the CIA or the Mossad? He'd go, I work for Jimmy Hoffa, the dead one. You know who that is, Jimmy Hoffa?
Yeah.
He's the president.
Yeah, he was the union leader that was working with the mob to rip off pension funds.
But he's also the leader of the union now. His son is the union leader now. Has been for 25 years.
Yeah, so Hinckley was released on psychiatric supervision in 22. So he was in jail for 41 years.
Wow. So he just got out.
Well, I mean, 4 years ago, but yeah.
Yeah, relatively. He ain't been out very long. He probably still having flashbacks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he was in a release from.
I don't know if you noticed though, Candace. I don't think Candace is used to working that early in the morning. Cause like she had bags under her eyes.
Oh well, I mean she's pregnant.
Well, yeah, but normally she doesn't look like that because she doesn't work until like 6 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when she does her show. So
well, I mean that may be true. I also don't know how pregnant she is.
7 months.
7 months?
Yeah.
That's kind of pregnant, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a lot pregnant.
That's really pregnant, actually, really.
See, now think about how good she did, knowing that she's pregnant. That's crazy.
What'd you say?
Now think about how much she kicked that guy's butt, knowing that he got his butt kicked by a pregnant woman. He got his butt handed to him by a pregnant woman. But I knew that would happen because so you know the Bible says if you send in the owner, then you'll get it done right. But if you send in the hireling, he will flee when the lion comes. So basically he's a hireling. He's not the owner. He's working for TPUSA, but he's just a hireling. He doesn't really give a crap. He's just like, well, I'll take the job because look at what it's going to do for me. It's going to boost me up to a bigger status. Nobody knew who I was. Yeah. Now everybody knows who I am. Just like that. Not everybody likes you because you're an asshole, but...
Generally, Brian Atlas, he's the guy from the Whatever podcast. Generally speaking, in their world, they're pretty much two of the most famous people in their world, in their trade, their craft. So it's like them getting together to do something like this is really going to help both of them.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's not on her level. She's got the highest watched podcast in the world right now. Higher than everybody. Joe Rogan, all of them. So, it'll help, but only because she killed him. If she would have lost...
Pretty well sick of hearing from Candace, though. I don't think a lot of people even buy into what she's saying.
3 million people watch her thing every week. They all believe her 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying she doesn't have her following, but I think peaked, or will be peaking really soon.
Yeah.
Well, what is she going to do after the Charlie Kirk thing?
Go back to Bridget Macron. Bridget Macron was just as big. She's being sued by the president of France because his wife has a penis.
And it's his father.
Huh?
And it's his father, right?
No. It's the president of France.
Yeah, but it was supposed to be... It was supposed to be...
Oh, and his father. It could be his father. It might be. Nobody's proved that at all, to be honest.
That's what you were saying a while back.
Well, I said that is part of the conspiracy. I don't know if it's true or not. It's not been deemed true. But it is interesting.
I don't know about the Bridget Macron thing. I haven't seen pictures or video of that person.
You should watch Candace's documentary. She's the only person that has a documentary about it. You should watch it.
I don't necessarily believe the Michelle Obama thing. I would say it wouldn't surprise me if we found out that she does have some hermaphroditic traits in the sense that she may have like
She was Jean-Claude. What was her last name? It wasn't Macron. Jean-Claude. Trying to remember. It's a very prominent name. Illuminati name. I can't remember what it is right this minute. I don't want to say it until I know it, because a bunch of names are popping in my head, but I'm like, that's not it. And she was in, or he, when he was Jean, was in a bunch of MK Ultra programs in California and all over the world. And then, so there's no photos of her before she was 30 years old, 30 something. Can't remember, 34 or something like that, because of the fact that she was a man. I mean, I'm convinced. Huh?
He's a shapeshifter.
Ha! You ain't lying. Freaks come out at night. Listen to this. The other night I was at a store. It was like probably like 2 o'clock in the morning, and there was this girl, and she was at the counter, and her boyfriend was buying her everything, every kind of vape and crack lighters, all kinds of stuff. And she had on a black sports bra and a white spandex booty shorts going up the crack, the booty hanging out. Booty only as big as mine though. And then homegirl turned around, had a package, like, what the freak? That was a dude. It was a dude the whole time. It was a giant. That guy, the boyfriend was about to get hurt. I'm gonna tell you right now, because the girl was like, not a girl, she was a total dude, but she or he, whatever, was like probably about like 170 pounds and 6 foot tall and solid muscle, like ripped up, but not like a dude, ripped up like a strong female, but it wasn't no female at all. Man, I was like, that guy's in trouble. He got him a hooker. Looked like he got him a hooker. He was just buying her whatever she wanted, or he wanted. That's the weird thing about nighttime around Fulton Industrial. The freaks come out at night. For real. Because you got these strip clubs and all that over there. Alright, where am I going? So what you doing? Dom. You there? He gone, oh. He gone. He gone. Hold on, I gotta call PJ back.
Yeah.
What up?
Man, I'm sick of you, bro. You be wanting me to pick up the phone when you call me and shit. But anytime I call you, man, you be like, hey, let me call you back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not a good friend, man.
Oh, man. I
don't think you're a good friend.
You think you're right.
I think you got work to do.
Yeah. I ain't gonna do it.
My name is Courage. And I'm here to discourage.
My name is Scourge.
Huh?
My nickname is Scourge, because I discourage. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Scourge?
Courage. Courage, here. You talk Courage? I talk Courage. Courage, okay, he's alright.
They instigate and Scourge are battling together.
then you gotta make sure you cut the cards.
And they're battling
Bitch ass.
construct and ability.
Construct. I wonder why he goes by construct.
He's a builder.
Is it because he deconstructs?
Because he's
He
a builder.
deconstructor? Or is he deconstructor?
Nah, he doesn't do that. He builds up.
Yeah, I don't know. He might be a deconstructor.
He might be on his day job, but his, dancing job, dancing wise, he's a constructor.
I mean, that's cool you feel that way, but I'll tell you what.
What?
He feels more like a deconstructor than a conductor.
Decon. It kills the bugs. Deconstruct. Did you watch Candace Owens battle this guy? Huh? I watched it twice. You can't put a rifle together on a building and expect to shoot right. It doesn't work that way. You can't shoot someone with a 30-06 bullet and it won't go through them. That's impossible. The guy that shot Charlie Kirk. That's what it's all about. It's all about Charlie Kirk. It's all Candace has talked about for an entire year. Yeah, it's all about that. Who killed Charlie Kirk? That's all Candace cares about. But it's made her. She made $500,000. Well, she paid me about $1 million today talking about it.
What do you mean?
The guy paid her $500,000 to debate him. And then she whooped the shit out of him and took his money. And then she complimented him afterwards. Even though she beat the crap out of him, I mean, literally, she stomped the man. But then when she was done, she was nice to him. She's like, well, you're a pretty good debater. Next time you'll do better. You learned a lot today.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's all she cares about is because Charlie Kirk was her best friend. And then they murdered him, and then they're blaming it on a patsy. They're blaming it on a guy that didn't do it. They're trying to get him convicted and have him with the death penalty, and he didn't do it. And the people that did it, it's all military people that did it. And they're going to get off free. It's all set up. I mean, I know it. I've been following the whole thing. I've watched every episode. So I know all about it. I know everything that happened.
What she said though?
I mean, she didn't have to say all that, but what she said was this. Here's where she killed him. So she killed him in every division, but this is where she murdered the man. She said, I don't believe that you care anything about this case. I believe you're hired to debate me, and all this is a setup. But if you can name one charge that Tyler Robinson is charged with, I'll believe you. And she said, name one thing. And he goes, well, if you're so smart, you name all 7. And she's like, because she said he's charged with 7 counts of something. What is he charged with? If you can name one charge, I'll believe you actually care. And then he couldn't do it. He said murder, but it wasn't murder. It's capital murder, which is different, completely different than murder. So, and then she named all 7, but while she did it, she fucked with him because he was like trying to get her to go fast, and she was just like, the longer you aggravate me, the longer I will take. I'm not in any hurry at all. But I know all 7 of them. And then she would say 1. And then she would wait for him to go freak out, because he's freaking the fuck out because he's getting murdered now and live on TV. And then she's counting, she says all 7, and he goes, you know, tries to like act like it doesn't mean anything, but it's murder. He murdered him, man. She murdered him just like they murdered Charlie Kirk. And she set him up, like she knew the whole time he didn't know shit about the whole thing. I knew it. I knew that he didn't know nothing because he's just trying to get paid. He's a nobody. She's got the biggest podcast in the world. But he paid her $500,000 to debate him. And then she murdered him in the debate. And then was nice to him, was kind to him in the end.
Sounds like she just introduced him to the world.
Yeah, she really said, this is what the real world is, little guy. Although he's like...
No, she introduced him to you.
To Brian Anderson?
Yeah, she introduced that guy to Brian Anderson.
Right. That's what she did.
That's what I'm saying, bro. They're all in on it.
Right. Even Brian.
Yeah, I know that.
Brian said, BB, you better send me my money or I'm telling everybody what you did last summer.
No, that's cool. I know Brian was. When Brian started dancing the devil music and had 666 on and shit, I said, oh, man.
That boy crazy. Yeah. That's why everybody likes him. Because he's rich.
Yeah.
Man, you know what's crazy? When I go on people's lives, all these people follow me in the live wanting to talk to me. Want to talk to Brian Anderson. But it's not my live. So they may or may not get to talk to me, but it's really interesting that they want to. And I tell them, get thee away from me, devil.
They want to have you around.
Yeah, pretty funny.
So I lost my weed, man.
Ah, that's whack.
Yeah,
that's whack. Oh, I gotta take a pee. I'll see if they got a bathroom in here. Oh yeah. Getting everything ready to go. probably about like 13 years old, 14, and she's got blonde hair, and she shoots a lot of shorts. You know, you ever seen her? I don't know her name, but my point was that, oh man, let's see, just a second. She has, I think, 200 and something thousand followers, and so I have 83,000. Okay, she has 245,000, and let's see. The thing is, that she has like a whole crew. Like she's like sponsored, and she got a whole crew, makeup, hair crew, camera crew, everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So basically, that's if I go any further, eventually they're gonna want to do that. They're gonna be like,
Pretty soon I'm gonna see you with a rebel flag on your back. Fucking breakdancing. Yeah.
who's sponsoring that?
Huh?
Who's sponsoring that? Who? Who? Miller Lite. That's, you got me funny, boy. You funny. You got me that time, didn't you? Miller High Life. Well, why do you got that Miller High Life in your hand? Well, you know, that's part of the benefits of not being me. That part. Okay, that part is real. I did that. I did all my own stunts. Right. That's true, it happened! PJ told his future again. Right, so that's crazy though. So all she's got is like another maybe like, so she has 240,000 more followers than me though. But when did she start, you know, getting her own camera crew and all that stuff, is what I'm saying. Right? I don't want to do all that. I don't want to sign on the dotted line.
Hey, we'll sign you and we'll provide all this stuff. And now, you know, I mean, we'll give you a percentage of what you make because you go sales.
Right. God bless her.
You got Joe Rogan.
She is killing it though.
Yes, you got Joe Rogan.
The big girl, we're talking about, who are we talking about?
Yes, she got Joe Rogan.
Oh, I get it. a thing about the a video about the what do you call it? The debate between Candace and Homeboy. Did a show on it today, did a live broadcast talking about Candace Owens and the other guy, Andrew Wilson, debating today with Brian the Auditor. You ever heard of him, Brian the Auditor? Probably not. He's a numbers guy that hangs out with Dee Dee, and he like if they think somebody's doing something illegal, he sends Brian after their finances and figure it out. Brian the Auditor, he's like a crazy genius with numbers. He figures out stuff before everybody else figures it out. See, he's not a very out front kind of guy. So that's why he likes that's why he likes Dee Dee, because Dee Dee's got the podcast and he doesn't want to have all the people all over him, but he wants to get what he knows out. So he puts his information out through Dee Dee. Brian the Auditor. At first Dee Dee was just the guy wasn't on the show. He would just talk about what he wrote down. He's like, this is what Brian the Auditor said. And then one day Brian the Auditor's like, hey, can I come on your show? Everybody's like, finally we get to see who this guy is.
Oh, the Brian the Auditor, man. We need to get him.
There's another auditor too, guy that goes in. His name is Wolves and Finances. He goes off. On the numbers. Yeah, he's like a wolf when it comes to finances. So basically these guys got their podcasts that are about financial stuff, but then they're really good at numbers, so they look into other people's lives, like Erica Kirk and Erica Kirk's mom and all these other people's lives, and figure out how they've been doing this stuff. Like getting government contracts and things like that. Yeah, because that's where all the money is. Like this one dude, him and a bunch of other podcasters were approached by Israel. The IDF is what they call them. IDF means Israel Defense something. Israel Defense something. The F Federation or something. Anyway, they approached all these podcasters and they said, hey, if you'll, say what we tell you to say, we'll pay you $10,000 an episode. And then all of a sudden, all of them said no. But then all of a sudden, one of them started talking trash about the other ones. And they were like, what? And then we find out he took the money. So, pretty funny. It's funny because he took the money. I guess I'm at the
What was that?
This, like, basically a lot of podcasters they've been finding out who's been getting paid by who to say what. That's why all these auditors are all over the place with this stuff, catching them getting paid to make videos about Candace Owens, like Brian Anderson. That guy, he made 45 videos, 10,000 apiece. Brian Anderson did. what he said in his video.
Yeah.
Brian Anderson said he made 45 videos for $10,000 apiece.
40,
Then he said,
45?
that's what I said when I was pretending to be Brian Anderson. And you ain't got to worry about paying the IRS. They already own the IRS, so you don't got to pay that. Where are we going to? Over here.
What are you gonna do with that?
About what?
Just drive, man.
Start driving, crank up the car and get in it. Start going. That's how you do it. That's how it works. So. Yeah. Crank up the car.
Customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at lobby.
What lobby? I don't know if I'm at the right lobby or what lobby, which lobby. Oh, this probably ain't it. Alright, well get your stuff and get on the road, bro. Oh, hey.
DJ for me?
You looking for me? Awesomeness. Let's see. What do we got here? Okay, that one's right here. Here you go. Thank you, brother. God bless you. Have a great night.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Oh shit. I've been getting my stuff ready. I'm just fucked.
Time to go.
Yeah.
Three days, my brother gets out.
Huh?
3 days, my brother gets I gotta go.
We gonna get him?
I'm going to. I got him. I'm gonna get him.
What day is going?
Yeah, it's good. I got it. But I'm gonna get him. I'm going on, it'll be Monday night. I'll be heading down there in the morning, like Tuesday morning. Probably like 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock maybe. Heading down there. Wherever down there exactly is. It's like on the border of Georgia and Alabama. Kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Bullock Prison. That's where I'm going. Gonna be fun.
I shouldn't have made anything, but I think I did I think because I got a referral, it was on my check. So I made a regular check. So I don't know what.
You was just here the other day.
What?
You was just here on Sunday. You know?
I know, bro.
It's crazy.
I know. And I've been at work since 11.
Yeah. Wow. For 11 hours, 10 hours? You work 10 hours?
Yeah.
Well, take a nap and then wake up and go in the morning. You'll be fine in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning.
No, I'm leaving at night.
Do it. Leave now then. Yeah. If you need a nap on the way, take a nap. Yeah. That's crazy. You're coming right back. That's wild.
That's what I'm doing, bro.
Yeah, that's wild, man. It's like you just got over there, now you're coming back. But hey, it's $1,000, and you gotta do it. So it doesn't matter. You gotta do it, right? It's cool.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. For real though, it's gonna be awesome. And everybody's gonna love it. They're gonna dance their little gay asses off. I like them. I like that scene. Cause everybody's like, they're hardcore, and when they battle, but at the same time they're really nice. You know, really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I never seen no cat fight or nothing, but it could happen. That'd be like the whole highlight. I'm like, what? They had a cat fight right in the middle.
It's time, bro. Are you ready for it?
Huh?
Are you ready for this, bro? I'm about to go do a jam, halfway prepared. Hopefully on this 8-hour drive, I'm more prepared. And then when I get there, I'm gonna have to prepare some more. And then I'm gonna have to shots. Then I'm gonna have to go there.
Wow. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be like a disco freaking fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome for
Let's
real.
go.
I wish I could go with you. I wish I could, but I
Yeah,
can't do it. I cannot. I ain't got no choice. I am just about on top. I gotta go get my brother. So I gotta save any time that I have for doing nothing to go and make sure they don't kill him. You know what I'm saying? You might as well stay in prison than get out and die. I'm pretty sure. And they may not even mean to. You know, he might end up killing himself. But he's just in the place where he can't be. He can't be
What do you
there.
mean?
So he's from the town they're gonna go to. And he knows every drug dealer in that town, every homeless person, everything. He lived there for his whole life. He was homeless there for a long, long time. You know, 10 years or whatever. Maybe more. But he lived there even 20 more years. He lived there 30 years of his life. Yeah. So that's the worst place he could go. So if he's gonna go there, I gotta go with him, make sure he doesn't do nothing. Because if I let him go by himself, he's gonna end up dead. So
That's alright.
I don't want him to end up dead after I've been getting him. I just got him to where he doesn't have that many demons. He's almost demon free. So I did all this work. I ain't about to let him go. He's fixing to be a preacher. He's been preaching in prison for the last year. Well, last 7 months. He's been preaching.
Really?
Yeah. So, yeah, I think look where I'm going, right back there. I'm going to. This place.
I lost my weed, bro.
Okay, yeah. I'm going back there, okay. Yeah, I know, that's sad. People of the world, start a love train, love train.
Hey, I'm tired, bro.
What are you waiting on? Oh, that's where I'm going right there. Man.
Alright, pack up. I'm gonna hit you up. And I'm in the car.
Yeah, hit me up. Peace.
Yep.
Waiting on me? You waiting on me? Huh?
Yeah, the covers.
Okay, hold on, let's see. Okay, what's the name?
Sanaa.
Okay, dopeness. Cool, cool. Let's see, I got it right here in the back, so I'm gonna jump out and grab it. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Welcome, planet Earth. I do, brother. God bless you.
Up and says, and this is where I had to think on the live earlier today, and I was like, that made no sense. And Candace said, think about it, and it's hard to catch everything time. He goes, also, Candace, you stated that the rifle was left in the woods. Well, yeah. If you leave a rifle in the wood, when you can see that there's possible that debris can get inside of the rifle. Well, here's the problem. Number one, unless that rifle has been sitting in the woods for a long time and you did some crazy things within there, probably not a rifle, but then it depends on the type of rifle. But here's the bigger point. The rifle was wrapped in a towel. Andrew Wilson, did you forget that? The rifle was wrapped in a towel. So no, debris would not be inside of the rifle if after he changed 3.5 million times. Well, let me not use hyperbole. After he changed clothes like 3 times, and then also was sending this coordinated text message explaining every bit of detail of what he had just supposedly done. In the middle of that, he happened to leave the rifle wrapped in a towel, so no debris couldn't have got inside of the rifle if it's wrapped inside of a towel, in the woods, which is property that just so happened to be owned by Palantir.
What are the odds?
Okay. Cool.
Hey, you have reached Tommy with Innocent Home Services. If you got this message, I'm probably on the roof with the customer. If you would, leave a message, but a faster way to get a hold of me is to text me. I'll call you back as soon as I'm done. Thank you, and God bless.
Cool. Here's a bigger point. Shout out to Baron Coleman. Very good point. I did not find this. He caught this. And this is a point that I made. How
Hotels.com introduces Save Your Way. Choose how you save. Take instant savings now or bank as rewards for a future trip. Save Your Way. It's exactly what it sounds like. Or like headphones. Save Your Way. Only at hotels.
But Baron made a great point on Twitter, and it's gained quite a bit of traction as it should. He says, Andrew, well, I don't remember what the tweet said in particular, but he basically made the point. Andrew Wilson pretty much ended the debate in the opening statement. Andrew Wilson stated, they asked him how, PBD, I believe in particular, which by the way, I believe PBD did a great job, as somebody who's been very critical of Candace himself, for reasons I don't agree with. He's very weird. I think he has a handler, by the way, and I believe one of his handlers is Adam Shishnik, the Zionist guy, Jewish guy that's on the show, that is very unintelligent, and usually when you see a person who doesn't really add much value to the show or to whatever the product is, but they seem to be able to stick around when the audience don't want them, that should tell you what you should know. Allegedly, everything I just said is alleged. PBD was very fair, but PBD asked, he asked the question, he said, hey Andrew, if I had to ask you, or Candace, what percentage are you convinced that Tyler Robinson did this? Candace said 0. Based on what they've shown us, 0. Not 5%, 10%, 0. How about you, Andrew? Andrew Wilson says like 75 to 85%. Case over. The case is over.
Yeah.
That's probable cause, buddy. It's over. You need to be 100% convinced. That's how the law works. You're not even 100% convinced. Case over.
Great point.
Case
I don't
over.
know this. Maybe someone in the chat could look, but is Bet David a common Iranian name?
Yes.
Let me look that up.
No, not.
I don't know the answer, but just as I hear the name Bet David, he says he's from Iran. He sure doesn't look. He looks something else to me. I'm not going to say what. And so I just wondered if
no,
Bet David is.
Bet David is not a common. Let's.
I don't mean to go off topic, but you had mentioned it, and as you said the name David, I know his big thing is he's from Iran, born in Iran, from Iran, and
is Bet David a common Iranian name? No, Bet David is not a common Iranian or Persian name. It is a Christian surname from Assyrian or Armenian heritage.
Usually these like Iranian Muslim sort of names are long names, Khomani, like those guys. So Bet David is just not one. And I don't know, he looks, we don't want to get too, just, he's had an interesting rise.
Yeah.
I mean, quickly he becomes massive. Did you know he was part of?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I know that he was allegedly offered to be leader of Iran. Did you know that? And he turned it down.
Yeah, because he's the one that came out and said it.
Right.
He himself, he released a clip. And so, why everyone we watch just feels big. Like you and I are going to stay at this low level right here, which is a great level to be at, by the way.
Right.
But everyone else seems like nuclear big.
Like
Iran
unreasonable.
president. Yeah, like you just said, Iran president.
Like
That's
how you
pretty
get
big.
there in one lifetime, B.
How? You know, people becoming presidents, senators, people becoming the biggest YouTubers, Joe Rogan becoming the biggest. Those are just. But we're surrounded by a lot of them. Nick Fuentes, at 18 years old, is in the Boston Globe being covered, right? Being in all these New York Times, all these big papers. Not to pick on him, but just in all these people, it's like, man, people get big, like big. Andrew Wilson it feels like he's on a trajectory to get big.
Yeah.
I agree. I have to freaking, matter of fact, I'm gonna do this with you all. I have to go to the part, and I don't know if it's clipped on Twitter. It'd be a lot quicker if we did it that way, but we're gonna just have to do it this way. I have to go to the part where, bro, 2 million views in 4 hours. Jeez.
I just found out that you have 2 cars on your car insurance.
I want to react. I want to go to the part of the debate where, let's see here, where he plays the last clip.
I'd love to see the military part too, if we could. I thought that was concerning.
The military part?
Candace brings up his military service, and he says he never said he was in the military. That was his wife that said it. And I found that interesting because what did we just say happened at the end? He felt very comfortable lying when he was asked about the charges, and he quickly said, yeah, of course. But then I guess we're supposed to believe him on this weird exchange they had about the military. And I thought that was one of the biggest things to come out of this, and I didn't see anyone talk about it, you know, because it's not related directly to the Charlie Kirk thing. But to me, it is related in the sense of, how does that happen? How does that weird exchange between them on that happen? How does that get mixed up, you know?
All right. Man, where is it, Eric?
Like, I don't know about you. No one ever accidentally thought I was in the military. Did that happen to you?
No, never.
Okay, so just
never.
So,
yeah, I think this would be easier. Let's see.
but anyway, I didn't mean to jump in there, but it's
No, you good. I actually kind of need you to sort of, if you
Yeah.
can talk in this moment, because this is. I need to find this.
I'd like to see what people say in the chat. Maybe if they know where that was, what I'm talking about within the stream, or if they thought the same as me. But
let's see here. Let's see.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops them.
What do you mean? It's not just some random caller?
No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not.
Yeah.
Yo, what's going on, folks? Welcome to the aftermath. Oh my lord. Was it just brutal or what?
It was brutal all the time. Like, it was like there weren't any moments where I felt like someone was not getting their ish pushed in, you know what I mean? But man, the end was just brutal for Andrew at the end, man.
I just feel like the master debater didn't know what he was getting himself into. You know?
He like at the very beginning you could see like this is his like debate class. He's like, here's how you manage debates. We're like, I'm not saying anything. I'm just, you know, trying to make the other person have to defend their positions, and I'm not really going to let them defend their positions, and I'm going to keep putting them on their heels, whatever. But it was like, as soon as you run out of the tricks, and then now you have to talk, it's like, hey, what do you know about this case? It's like, I know nothing. I don't know anything about this fucking case at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. So what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to go through a couple of these clips from the debate. I think there were a couple of things that Andrew said or just kind of admitted to that were so wild. One of those being that he didn't know any of the charges. How do you not know any of the charges? That's so crazy to me.
Yep. Dude, he didn't even know. He didn't, like, that moment was hilarious because it just never ended, where she dragged it out as long as she could, and he accused her of getting texted that information. It's like, dude, that just demonstrates, like, are you serious? I could, like, of course she knows what the charges are, man. And I can tell you exactly why he's charged with each one of those things, too. You know what I mean?
It's the pettiest, like, that was the pettiest thing he could have done. It's like, look, bro, you lost.
Yep.
And for me, I think that Andrew's ultimate problem, I've seen him debate on other things. He's not horrible, but the problem here is he's trying to go in and debate facts of a case that he doesn't even know.
That's exactly.
Like, what are you going to say? That's 100% Tyler Robinson on the screen? Well, it's a blurry image. How can you 100% say when the prosecution doesn't even know?
Exactly. You know, that's the one missed opportunity on Candace, because I know, you know, like they seem to say at the end that his team was preparing clips. I mean, obviously they had a bunch of clips prepared, but Candace was like, I don't need to do any of that. What they should have done, though, in hindsight, is they should have had all of the images of Tyler Robinson and just put them up and been like, which one of these do you think looks like Tyler Robinson? Like, you point to the one that convinces you that that is Tyler Robinson, with a picture of his face and each picture. You know what I mean? It's like, go ahead. You said it's overwhelming, dude. Just point to the one that you say looks like him.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with this one, and we'll just kind of interrupt each other or interrupt the clip as we go. But why don't we just start here?
What's wrong?
When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way,
Okay, so can we just look at how dumb this is? You go on the Joe Rogan podcast and you're talking the whole thing up about how you went to TPUSA and you sat down and you gave a debate class. By the way, refund them your money or their money for the debate class. That's crazy. But you go there, you say that you gave her a hug and that it was really good and you feel so bad for her. And then when you're presented an opportunity, you're not going to look good if you say, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I don't believe that. But he goes and just confirms it. Oh, I think all women are retarded. It's like,
all women are retarded. Yeah.
That's so bad, bro. That's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's just another one of those. It's another one of those things where it's like when they brought up his baby daddies. It's like, okay, you're gonna have a fit instead of just admitting that maybe sometimes you say crap that's pretty stupid, and you kind of just have to own it. But what we've seen is that there's no principle behind what he does.
No,
it's just a grift.
And like when he gets put on the spot with stuff, he's great at using weird debate tactics. That's why I hate.
Hey, how much is this mobility scooter? Around $1,000? $1,000? Start loading them up. You could get all these for that price. No, I just need one. Nintendo's running a huge clearance sale right now. You can get one at a really great price. Really? Is the quality any good?
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
you can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it. If I may ask a question, is that all permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No, you just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat, so please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
name
you
all
name,
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go ahead.
name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you name all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to.
Do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
name
have to put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
I'll
that.
name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just
waiting.
going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well, I
am
got
under no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and the
And what's
final.
the specific charges though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to it.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no, no,
with it.
just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive thing.
Got
It's like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling. Why it's not aggravated murder. Actually, if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine and pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit further?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want
do
to see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Try-
Take it.
Let's see
See if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission. so
You
I'm
have
looking
full
up- I'm not
permission
gonna
to go
give
through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 up
Yes.
to 1132 because after that I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
Yeah.
I just, I have.
Wiped out, bro. Wiped out. Wiped out. Hilarious.
This
Wiped
settlement
out.
check completely changed my life, and it came from a car accident I almost forgot about. I'm honestly shaking as I record this. I never imagined something this big could come from an accident that felt so small at the time. If you've been in any kind of vehicle accident in the past 2 years, even if you think it was minor, even if you were just a
guys, we got some breaking news here about the USS Abraham Lincoln. This is the U.S. carrier that we've talked about before on the show. The past couple of days, there have been a number of complaints and incidents that have been reported aboard this carrier. And now we are hearing that the sailor's wife, the sailor who jumped off of that ship, remember we said that there were sailors trying to jump off the ship? Well, the sailor's wife who jumped off of that ship decided to give a statement. And I think people need to hear this. Right now, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump are trying to, push back and say that these claims are false. But now you're going to hear what the wife of that sailor said. Everyone check out this clip here. Again, it was on MS Now. So again, it's public information. It's out there for everybody to see. And you're also going to get the opportunity to hear from another family member who has come forward as well. Check this out.
Yeah, Kitty, it's just really heartbreaking, and I think it highlights the extreme stress that these sailors are under on the USS Lincoln. Their deployment has been extended for a second time, and they feel like there's no end in sight. This young woman who I spoke to said that her husband has been expressing to her that he's been struggling with this deployment for several months, basically since the middle of the deployment. He works as an aircraft mechanic on the flight deck, really long hours, and she said that he notified his chain of command multiple times and went to the medical team saying that he was having suicidal ideations, but...
Well. So this is what I wanted to hear. So the sailor who jumped off of that ship apparently did seek out medical help, and that's what I wanted to know. So now we're getting more information. So this is a soldier who was basically crying out for help. He did the thing that you're supposed to do. He decided to, let's seek medical attention about this. If the conditions are so unbearable, and we've talked about the conditions on that ship, which is, lack of food, hygiene products are depleting, all these types of things that are happening. People are apparently have been wearing dirty clothes because they can't wash their clothes. No toothpaste, no deodorant. But obviously the big one is the lack of food and working those long extended hours. Some of them reporting not getting a break. All of that eventually is going to get to you. And then you add to this that this ship has not, gone to port with the exception of Oman. In an extended period of time, people are starting to go what they call stir crazy, right? So that is a real thing. Now you are starting to hear that he took the right steps, going to seek medical attention, crying out for... I need some help. It sounds like it was ignored. And that's how you end up in this situation. So now this all explains.
Okay. can see right there. Go in. Don't go in. I ain't going in. Don't understand. There's a lady hanging out the window right there, smoking something. And a kid, a 2-year-old kid, hanging out the window too. Alright, I'll show you this way. Well, you seen the lady. She's gone now.
So that was the only thing that he could do. This is the reality right now, folks. And the Trump administration is trying to downplay what has happened on this U.S. carrier. Let's hear a little bit more about what the wife said.
They were basically dismissed. Now, she learned from a member of her husband's squadron that someone had gone overboard last Monday, but she didn't actually get any confirmation from the Navy that it was in fact her husband until Friday, despite her attempts to reach out to him repeatedly. She also shared with me the last text message that he sent to her prior to him jumping off the ship. And I want to read part of it to you. He basically said, "I think the boat is finally getting to me, and I really don't think I can keep up my peace act anymore. You are right about it all not being okay. We were supposed to leave Fifth Fleet on July 15th, but then something had to come up, and my last hope of being home soon was gone. I'm really trying not to feel negative or hopeless, but between the Wi-Fi and not knowing when I will come home and not knowing what is happening back at home, it's really getting me. I don't think I can do another deployment after this, and I don't even know if I can finish this deployment."
Ladies and gentlemen, again, do not join the military. If you're in the military and you can get out, get out.
It was not a war between India and Pakistan. In fact, it was a war between India and China. Today, Pakistan has become a proxy to China. It has become a hub of terrorism.
Lalit, why would China want to flip?
Earlier, he couldn't name a single charge. Andrew, that didn't make you look any better. It just made you look a lot worse. It actually makes Candace look a lot better. She didn't follow the preliminary hearing. I think she was on vacation. Wasn't Candace on vacation when that thing was going on? She knew all the charges. She listed them. You were covering it live with a lawyer. What happened? What happened? You couldn't name one? Candace Owens, the grifter, the conspiracy theorist, who was on vacation, her like 5th vacation in the last 6 months. She's able to name them all. And you're bragging about this. You're acting like this is like a point for you. It's insanity. Andrew, are you sure you're not a Democrat?
Any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You
hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux. Aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else this could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens.
issue?
I just don't know what
What's
his
your
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt, and yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is
This is it. Hello, nice view. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm running up in here. Running up in here. Yeah. Running up. Running up. Running up. Here we go. He's sleeping. Okay, where are we going? Sorry. Let's see what's going on here. So,
what's up? Oh, just listening to the Bible about to go to bed. In a minute, if I can give you a call before I crashed out.
Okay.
I called you a little earlier, but I guess you was a little busy. But
yeah, I was.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. So let me tell you what's going on now. How crazy this is. Of course, she already knew about the house from all of this. So she goes, maybe you should get that house from there. So listen to this. I'm paying, he goes, right now I'm paying $1,300 a month. The other girl downstairs is paying $1,800 or $1,600 a month. That's $2,900 a month in rent. And these people are hard to deal with right now. She's not liking where she's living because it's gotten weird. She goes, you should just get that house and me and her can just move in with you and be your roommates. That's crazy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other girl she's talking about is from Wisconsin, and she's straight up Wisconsin, just as sweet as she wants to be. And the black girls,
I got a DoorDash.
Third window, go all the way around.
Thanks.
Third window.
Thank you. Oh, hey, I forgot. I'm on the phone. Hey.
We'll see. I'll ask Emerson if he wants to go ahead and get that house ready over the next couple of months. You know.
Has Sherry moved out?
Okay, she's already been there 4 months.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if she moved out or not.
Yeah, they don't need a place to live for a couple of months. You know what I mean? So maybe it'll all work out in the next couple of months. Could you imagine me and Ramona living together? That's crazy, huh?
Yeah.
She mentioned it. I done it as a joke, but she's run come back and talked about it. And she's like, we'll have a hot tub, and you know she cooks. And the other girls, both of them clean like crazy. They're real clean freaks. That'd be probably pretty cool, and I get the master bedroom.
Right on.
Yeah, so the Lord's good. We all have our own bedrooms. But the other girl's kind of cute, but again, we're trying to get her in church to get her going. Me and Ramona's doing some ministry, man.
That's
I mean,
good.
every day it's 2 or 3, 4 people that we're going up and finding and doing ministry with. Really amazing. And with her singing, if I could ever get her, to sing in the church and just bring her own music to figure it out. Me and her could go preach to churches and she could do the music. I can do the singing. I can do the preaching.
Yeah.
Feel like an evangelistic team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, she's getting filled with the Holy Ghost, man. She's praising God all night tonight.
Yep.
We got there at 7, and we didn't leave there, till 9? We got 2 hours worth of stuff. Crazy. And all the guy done was read scriptures straight to the Bible about healing. It was pretty intense.
Cool.
And so I liked it, man. That was all it was a healing ministry. They read the scriptures. They declared that we'd be healed. They had us all to declare we would be healed. And when we walked through the line, we would be healed of whatever we need. And we'd go ahead and declare it before we ever walked through the line. And then they would pray with us through the line. It was pretty intense. I just hadn't been that deeply, I was deeply praising the Lord. They had music, really good music playing. Kind of reminded me of LFM a little bit, but way more. It was a live band singing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
8 or 9 guys, pretty intense. For professionals, they got professional musicians, so it was really intense. I enjoyed it. Gotta say, but anyway, how's your night going?
Smooth. I've been listening to. I listened to the.
I heard
Erica
Candace
Kirk.
Owens because you were playing it. You were playing it on your. I was on Facebook and I went through up there. You were. I was like, "There's Jim."
Yeah, I was playing. I've been watching the debate. I watched it twice.
Oh, cool.
Almost all the way twice. But.
So how was it?
Erica's stupid, and Candace whooped the crap out of Erica's new boyfriend.
Yeah. Did you see where Erica? She has a new comment. I sent it to you. Erica went on YouTube, whatever, and said this, and said, porn people, they are professionals and professional photographers. So how can I be mad at them doing their job? That's what she said. Then they played Charlie's cut right behind it, talking about porn stars, how they were disgraced.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Pretty intense.
Yeah, crazy.
Anyway, brother, I sent you the video, and I hadn't got the video for tonight. I'm gonna see if I can look at it. Yeah, man. Have a good night, brother. I just wanted to call and tell you good night, and it's been an awesome night. I feel so amazing. Thank you, Jesus. But anyway, brother, have a good night, man.
All right, yeah. God bless you. Peace.
God bless you, brother.
Bye. Oh.
Kick out all to my mods. Kick out all the troublemakers. We don't need them. We're putting up record numbers. We got 1,800 concurrents tonight. I'm happy. Let's start weeding them out. Yo, they are pissed tonight. They are pissed. I mean, I'd be pretty pissed too, or I'd be sad. You know, instead of spamming my chat and attacking me, maybe you guys should take some time. Take some time and message your noble leader. You know, give him some comfort. Try to make him feel better.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy underwater world in just 1 second? Meet the Kamau Immersive Ocean Projector, the mood light that's taking the market by storm.
Nearly 9 months of relentless combat operations and reports of worsening conditions on board. The Lincoln has been at sea for more than 250 days, including one stretch of more than 200 days.
3 months ago, I sat right here and told you there were serious problems developing aboard American ships operating in the Middle East. And I didn't get that information from CNN. I didn't get it from MSNBC. And I didn't get it from some blue-haired geopolitical expert sitting in Starbucks typing about naval warfare. A Marine's father contacted me. His kid was on one of the ships. Matter of fact, I had multiple parents contacting me after I mentioned the first one. But I'm just going to talk about this one incident. He sent me photographs. He sent me information about the food. He told me what was happening aboard that ship. I showed him.
God bless you.
And immediately, I got fake news. I got Black Scout hates Trump. I got you're lying. I got MAGA, 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 MAGA. Basically, the geopolitical equivalent of putting your fingers in your ears and screaming until reality goes away. Except reality didn't go away this time, because back in April, the Navy publicly pushed back on reports of food shortages aboard the Abraham Lincoln and USS Tripoli. The Chief of Naval Operations Officer called the reports false, and the Navy's top officer said sailors were meeting nutritional requirements. We even had Pete Hegseth go on and say the same thing. Okay. Fast forward to August. Now we got AP reports that the Navy itself acknowledges that the Iran conflict has created what is called a highly contested environment in which traditional supply hubs were disrupted by combat. This is exactly what I said 3 months ago. The father told me that they could not even get mail delivered. In these sort of things, no care packages, they couldn't get food, couldn't get in because the air was too hot. Now, according to the Navy's own statement, leadership had to prioritize supplies, first food, hygiene items, and mail. And that's not me saying
it's over.
It's just me saying it. That's the Navy. So apparently somewhere between April and August, fake news developed the remarkable ability to interfere with military logistics. It's absolutely fascinating. We should weaponize it. Forget hypersonic missiles. Just launch misinformation at the enemy's milk supply. And what really pisses me off about this, I've spent time on Navy ships, man. And if you've never lived aboard one, it is very difficult to explain what that does to you mentally. Looking back 20 years later, you may say, oh man, it was fun times. They were some of the best times of my life. No, they weren't. They became good times 20 years later because your brain deleted half the freaking experience. When you're actually there, it's a floating prison. And Marines generally aren't getting the Carnival Cruise package. You're sleeping in tiny racks stacked on top of each other. Your rifle is mounted right beside you. There's barely enough.
This is what a $38 hotel looks like. So it's actually a 4-star hotel, and it took me literally 15 seconds to get this deal. Here's what you do. Open up the Hopper app from the App Store, select hotels, enter your destination. This could be anywhere in the world, anywhere that you want to go. Then it's going to show you a price calendar. Look for the green.
Well, in the middle of the COVID panic, while most doctors were hiding behind Zoom calls while waiting for vaccines, there was one emergency room physician in Maryland doing something almost nobody else was willing to do. He was actually treating patients with therapies that were working. Dr. Ron Elfenbein built one of the largest COVID testing and treatment operations in the state. His clinics performed hundreds of thousands of COVID tests. He set up treatment sites across Maryland. He partnered with the federal government and the Maryland Department of Health. He ran monoclonal antibody infusion centers that became so busy they reportedly surpassed even Johns Hopkins and the University of Maryland system. The state celebrated him for it. He received a governor's citation for leadership, commitment, and service. The Maryland General Assembly praised his honor, integrity, compassion, and vision.
He was awarded by the Maryland State Medical Society for his work during the pandemic. So in other words, at the height of COVID hysteria, this was not some fringe outside doctor, or at least someone they considered a fringe outside doctor. This was exactly the kind of physician the system claimed it wanted. But then he made a mistake. He publicly criticized the federal government. In late 2021, the Biden administration abruptly cut off distribution of certain monoclonal antibody treatments, and they claimed it wasn't effective against the new variant Omicron. And since Omicron was the dominant strain, they claimed, there was no need for the monoclonal antibodies. But we all know the real reason they wanted to end these therapies, because they wanted to push for vaccines. Well, Dr. Elfenbein wasn't so sure about that, so he went to the media furious. In order to justify banning the antibodies, the government actually claimed 75% of the cases were Omicron and monoclonal antibodies didn't work on them. But then they had to revise their numbers after discovering only about 20% had Omicron and the rest were still suffering from Delta, which even if you were in the 20% suffering from Delta, don't you think you should still get those monoclonal antibodies? But instead they were like, nope, you can't have it because most people don't have your variant. Does that matter? But nonetheless, they still banned the therapy. Dr. Elfenbein claimed it worked. He warned patients were being denied treatment based on bad data, and Dr. Elfenbein said people were going to die. Well, 4 months later, the Department of Justice indicted him. Suddenly, the decorated COVID doctor the state had honored and said he was great and a hero and had all kinds of morality, was described by federal prosecutors as the operator of a COVID-19 healthcare fraud scheme. The DOJ accused him of improperly billing office visits connected to COVID testing and claimed a jury.
Quick question. Did you have hernia surgery after 2015 and then needed another surgery because something went wrong, like ongoing pain, infection, or your hernia coming?
On the outside, of course, total surveillance, mass surveillance, monitoring everything that we're doing, whether it's flock cameras, everything. 6G technology that's tracking us. But on the inside, after COVID shots, graphene oxide, other toxic chemicals which are being used to manipulate all of us. So we'll get back to that part of the story in a second. But first, we had some bit of breaking news over the past few weeks, and its story is continuing here, which is the head of the CIA, James Woolsey, now dead. According to his family, dead because of Havana syndrome. And now we're learning that before his death, he had been traveling the world trying to find a way to stop it. Really, the head of the CIA under some sort of control by, I don't know who, foreign entity, global elites, we don't know. But this was what his family said ended up killing him. And he had been on a mission to try to get this out of his body. The head of the CIA. And then, of course, we learned the revelations about the human body after the COVID shot. Emitting Bluetooth signals and putting off MAC addresses. Yes, MAC addresses, which we've covered extensively here on the show. Remarkable. So the human body giving off these signals? How do you stop this? Well, one man has made it his mission to stop this. That's Matt Hazen, founder of Masterpiece. He is an expert known for coordinating various human clinical studies of modern toxins in the body, contaminants in our environment, which reveal people's poison levels of things like graphene oxide, microplastics, aluminum even, glyphosate, all of it. And his work has led to a mass censorship and targeting campaign against him, as you can imagine, and his company's work. They don't want you to know about this. They don't want you to know how to clean it out of your body. But his research uses the gold standard of scientific validity, double-blinded, peer-reviewed research throughout this process. But, of course, the story is much bigger than just Matt. But we wanted to have Matt on the show to talk about all of these latest revelations. And thank you for your incredible work, because without you and without the research to show what's been put into our bodies, people wouldn't know this. It's stunning to me, Matt. We did an interview with Caroline Mansfield a few weeks ago here on the show where she revealed...
Hey, man, I'm going to have to keep it real with y'all.
I had to keep it real, extra real with y'all. See this video right here? What I'm about to talk about? I'm gonna talk about the 7 seconds, of gravity, non-gravity. But what I'm gonna say after this, man, some people gonna get rubbed the wrong way. But understand that I'm rubbing you this way because I love you. This is really a Diddy rub. You know what I'm saying? Not Diddy rub on your back, be like, I love you, yeah, I love you. It's a Diddy rub. No Diddy, but it's a Diddy rub. Because I want my people to understand, the people who rock with me to understand what the end result is of this religion of consciousness movements, this religion of like these false prophecies that people keep falling into. But we gotta take a journey. We gotta take a trip on my favorite rocket ship flying through the sky, Little Einstein. I'm going on a trip in my favorite rocket ship flying through the sky, Little Einstein. Let's start right here with the people who talk about the eclipse. And I want you to listen to this terminology because I've been trying to understand this terminology because this is language of this religion. And I've been actually trying to study the language of this religion, but you'll listen to it. I want you to understand, listen to it and tell me what these words mean. I just want you to listen to it and tell me what these words mean. It's a minute, it's 2 minutes.
Chosen ones, it's time to lock the fuck in because all these metaphysical planetary alignments just means you're about to step into your power. Because the moment that the sun is swallowed by darkness, that's when the new moon is going to reset the clock of the simulation, which leads to the cosmic radiation meteorite fires crossing through the heavens. When it comes to planet Earth losing gravity for 7 seconds, it's a release of force that kept humanity bounded to the material plane. And in all forms of theology, the number 7 is very prevalent because the number 7 is the embodiment of spiritual perfection, which is the God frequency. All these planetary alignments are signs of prophetic divination for the chosen ones because all these energies is going to expose the hidden hand of the people who's trying to hold you back when it comes to relationships, friendships, and family members. Because one thing you got to understand, somebody around you has it out for you. And they made contracts and dark covenants subconsciously with hidden forces that you don't see in the spiritual world. So that means that the more that you level up, the more they're going to get sick.
Going the wrong way.
So the more that you step into your power, the more that you step into your purpose and your authenticity, somebody around you is going to get sick, and that is the person that is basically trying to hold you back. So with all that shit being said, chosen ones, that world of darkness that you had to go through to get to your light that represents the solar eclipse. And the new moon represents the cosmic reset within you. And then the meteorites is a representation of the activation of the fire within you, which is the soul. And that release is a representation of planet Earth not having gravity for 7 seconds. And that's when you return to yourself, which is a form of recalibration, which is basically a form of resurrection, which is basically interconnected to the story of Christ, because it's actually talking about you. Because he was crucified on Mount Calvary, which is a place of the skull, which is Golgotha. Because the place of the skull is actually talking about the pineal gland, which is the black dot. The black dot interfaces with the solar eclipse, which is why he was crucified during the time of the solar eclipse. Because the story is actually talking about you.
The Tempur-Pedic breeze makes sleep feel cool. So no more sweating all night or blasting the air conditioner. Because the Tempur breeze feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. Find cooler sleep with the Tempur
about you.
I'm sorry, so now you're telling me that we're supposed to experience 7 seconds with low to no...
I know y'all didn't think I was gonna let that bull crap just roll by without addressing that. Hold on, give me a second. We need to go back to this dude. Let me get back to him.
Chosen ones, it's time to lock.
Let me say something. The music was rocking. The music was rocking. Have y'all ever heard such a load of bull crap in y'all life? Like, first of all, there was no 7 seconds upside down gravity yesterday. So that just throws out his whole thesis out the window. Or his hypothesis out the window. But, have you guys noticed the deeper people get into this conscious awareness community, when they get to the pinnacle of the mountain of that consciousness awareness community, they end up being like, they end up going crazy. Or they end up going to the hospital. Like, one of my favorite people in this community was Young Pharaoh. I'm sorry, I like Young Pharaoh. I didn't like the fact that Young Pharaoh attacked Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I didn't agree with nothing he said about Jesus. But Young Pharaoh actually had some great information as it pertained to the deep state. And then Young Pharaoh lost it. As much as I think Billy Carson is a demon-possessed vessel, And as much as Billy Carson got shark eyes, which nobody can disagree that Billy Carson got shark eyes, there's some things that Billy Carson says that are true, especially when it pertains to the technocracy and the elites and their end-all plan. I'm just gonna keep it real with you. Something they say is true. So all the stuff he say, he's on a whole nother planet with it. But that's nonetheless. But
Make these.
in this arc of these same people going the same direction over and over and over. It's always an arc. Boom, and then you crash and burn. Why is that? Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? And then the chosen ones. Now, my Bible says that those who were predestined were chosen by God. But I don't think it's the same chosen ones they're talking about. Or maybe it's kind of like this conflation of the chosen ones. So you were chosen, but then you add all the rest of this foolishness on it. Like the reason why they sacrificed Jesus Christ on the cross during the eclipse was because of on Golgotha, the place of the stone was because it was about your pineal gland. So Jesus Christ died on the cross wasn't about dying for your sins. He wasn't the sacrificial. He wasn't the sacrificial lamb. You see, if we had like buckets, imagine if you had like, just close your eyes and imagine for a moment. I'm not gonna brainwash you. Imagine for a moment we sitting in a chair, and in front of us are 1,000 blue buckets, and then in the ceiling has holes poked in random spots, and then there's this fluid leaking from the ceiling. So let's make fluid blue, but it's leaking in random spots. And then these 1,000 different buckets are these various different factions of false religions that are designed to capture those people. The fluid falling through the ceiling is actually the people, and it's actually their souls. So let's just call it soul fluid. The soul fluid is leaking, and then they're designed to capture you into something that quote unquote appeals to you. But then when the bucket gets full, it dumps out and everybody dies. Now in the process of the buckets getting filled, there's ample evidence that every damn thing the person says is wrong. So for example, this video is ample evidence that everything else this man done said was wrong.
Mike Collins says he wants to push you off Social Security and back to work.
Get off of Social Security. Get back into the workforce.
Listen again.
Get off of Social Security. Get back into the workforce.
Mike Collins is attacking your retirement.
Mike Collins, you son of a gun.
Ample evidence that everything the man said is wrong. Then we go a deeper level in this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna go to the next clip because I don't want to just talk your head off, but we go a deeper level than this. You have to ask yourself the question: who and what came up with this concept and idea that we were going to lose gravity for 7 seconds?